blast. Going down with the ship won't change that.
Yeah, okay. Help me up.
Intense Mushy, welcome in.
Another attack.
Oh gosh. We're already beaten. You don't have to.
Ow! Watch the arm.
Ooh, brittle bone syndrome. We probably broke his arm right there. Oh gosh. Let's go, Seth Green. How lucky are we to have an escape pod right by the bridge? Well thought out. We got separated.
Shepard!
Come on, come on, come on. We saved Joker. Look at the Normandy. I feel like I'm gonna cry. I love the Normandy. Hole in the suit. Hole in the suit. Oh, like one of the worst ways to go.
On the other side of the room. Hurry! Grab the pistol and armor from the locker.
So we look like we have gray hair.
You don't
Thanks, I hate it.
wait around, Shepard. Grab your weapon and armor.
Pistol doesn't have a thermal clip. It's a med. Look.
Don't you get it? The only one worth saving is you. Everyone else is expendable.
She's right. We all knew the risks when we signed up. Without you, there's no point to any of this.
Where are we going?
Another Cerberus. You had to leave one of your squad behind to die in the blast.
Gunnery Chief Ashley Williams was killed in action. It was your call. Why did you leave her behind?
I left a friend to die that day and I didn't do it casually. But I had to save as many people as I could. Ash gave her life for the rest of the team. Without her, I couldn't have stopped Saren. She died a hero.
I understand, Commander, and I wasn't judging your decision. Everybody at Cerberus knows that cloning facility had to be destroyed.
There are other tests we really should run.
Come on, Miranda. Enough with the quizzes. The memories are there, and I can vouch for Shepard's combat skills personally.
What?
I
Thank
suppose
you.
you're right. We'll have to hope the elusive man accepts our little field test as evidence enough. What cause?
The thing is, though, Miranda doesn't need to be as bad as you're Miranda. Am I Miranda? What you talking about, Willis? Love, 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 love these games so much. I don't know. I don't know if I've said though. You know, maybe I've been remiss in saying how much I love these games. Have I mentioned how much I love these games? Cause I love these games. Like, I don't want anyone to be confused about that. I love these games. Yeah. All right, guys. You want to do me the honor of following along the raid? There will be a tailored raid message soonish in the chat that you can copy and paste if you want to. Yes, back on Saturday. New shiny hair. Back with Mass Effect on Tuesday. On the 25th, I will be having a Christmas stream, reading from the wonderful book I got last year, Christmas stories, and just hanging out and, you know, hanging out with you guys. And then I'm back with, what's it called? TGI Saturday on the Saturday. So it's going to be a good week. It's going to be a good week. If you celebrate Christmas and I don't get to see you before this, happy Christmas. Have a wonderful holiday. And for those of you who will be here, I will see you in the next one. Love your faces. Take care. Bye-bye.
In a village wrapped in winter's glow, we gather close as soft winds blow under rooftops laced with snow so bright. Nanobites shine their warm a bond we weave with kindness, love, and hearts that believe. Oh, come inside, the fire's warm. Through life's rough seas, we calm the storm with stories told and laughter bright. We're stronger here than nanobites. From cozy chats to games we play, community lights up our day. In every tale, in every cheer, we lift each other year by year. Empathy spark, inclusivity's glow, a haven built for hearts to grow. Oh, come inside, the fire's warm. Through life's rough seas, we calm the storm with stories told and laughter bright. We're stronger here than nanobites. Through serious talks and joyful streams, we share our hopes, our plans, our dreams. Together bound by care so true, this is our world with skies of blue. Find all inside, the fire's warm. Through life's rough seas, we calm the storm with games to play and hearts alight. We're always home, the nanobites. So let it snow and let it be a place of love for you and me. With Nana here, the joy ignites. Forever home, the nanobites.
Hello, lovelies. Oh my gosh, it's finally time. See if this works. Hello and Merry Christmas. I just realized I forgot something. Naturally. I will not be having any music because apparently there's something the matter with the sound, what's it called, the sound settings. So yes, hello, I hope you're well today. This is going to be a Christmas reading stream. I'm so happy to see you guys. Mimic, thank you so much for keeping yourself awake. I hope I can read you to sleep because I think you need sleep. But hi, Merry Christmas. Show off, hello, show off. I'm so sorry about the audio issues, but it should be solved for now. Indigo, hello, and thank you so much for 2 Point Campus. I've already started playing it. I already love it. Thank you so much. Dead Creed, Merry Christmas. Thank you for being here. Yeah, we'll be doing a lip reading. Yeah, no sound. No, I'm kidding. Hello, Frodo. Thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate you. I'm so sorry I scared you, Mimic. Hi. Nice color. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You know what? There's one thing that's missing. It's the crackling from the fire. We need the crackling from the fire. Give me 2 seconds. 1, 2. That was not enough time. Hi, NSA. Merry Christmas if you celebrated. How are you? Let's see. Fireplace. Uh-huh. I don't want any music, though. Nope. That is not what I want. YouTube video audio? That is true. Crackling fireplace. Okay. Tell me if this is too much. It's got any music in it? That's got nothing because the sound has been rearranged. Well, that's just great. I can fix it. I can fix it. Okay. Yes, we'll get to the bottom of this. We will. That didn't work. Maybe that? Whoa. Little too much. Is that too much still? I think that's a lot. How's that? Is that good? That is unrealistic. Is it not a good sound? Because I can't hear it right now. I can't wear my headset. Perfect. Okay. All right. Yes. It is. It's that fireplace. Ha! Okay. Oh, I just shattered the illusion. Oh no! Oh no, where's my hand? Ah! I'm being silly. Okay, guys, it is Christmas Day, and as a Swedish person, I celebrated Christmas yesterday, but I am here today because I just wanted there to be a place for anyone who wants to hang out during Christmas Day, if you celebrated it yesterday, or if you're alone today, then I wanted to be here. Yeah. Hi, Liz. Oh, it is all part of being human, but I'm happy you're here, Liz. I'm happy you're here. Merry Christmas. And I hope that we can hang out for a bit today. Yeah, I hope you feel better soon. I'm really sorry, Liz. And Corvus, I'm doing well, thank you. I'm doing very well. How are you? How are you guys doing? How are you doing, NSA? I should probably be humming Christmas music. You want pretzels? Is pretzels a Christmas thing for you? No, I haven't taken a good picture of myself with the blonde hair, so that's just gonna have to wait. He's just going to have to wait. But while you guys are just, you know, talking in the chat, I am going to decide what to read. And I am thinking, I did see one by Louisa May Alcott, who wrote Little Women. There were 2 of them. There were 3 of them. Oh, Tilly's Christmas, Tessa's surprises, and A Christmas Dream and How It Came True. I want to read all of them. All right, so I'm reading from... Oh, you can't see it because of the chroma key. I'm reading from a beautiful book. Thank you so much for the lurk. Leaves in the Wind shouldn't be redeemable anymore. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. I will refund you. There you go. That is not my childhood book. I bought this last year. Last year I wanted to start this Christmas reading stream, and I didn't have a good book. I wanted one book with a lot of stories in it, and I was looking, and then I saw this, and it looked so amazing. And I thought, that is going to be the book that I read from. But it was out everywhere. I could not find it, and it was very close to Christmas, and it was... What is Tusk Love Indigo? And I actually went out on the day before, on like the 23rd. I went into town and scoured all the bookshops, and one had it. And I got it. So this year it was a bit more relaxing because I already have it. Nope. I take it that's bad. Corvus, how was your Christmas Eve? It's now a holiday in Sweden. I know, Liz. It's well, we call it a red day because it's a red day in the calendar, meaning it's as if it was a Sunday today. So anyone who works during this time earns extra pay. And most stores are open as if it was a Sunday. I don't think I'll be reading that one today, Indigo. Oh, it's an orc romance. Thank you for that, Indigo. Thank you, Great Red. Merry Christmas. I'll take that hug if you don't mind. And yeah, well, I'm going to start reading. And I'm going to start with Tilly's Christmas by Louisa May Alcott. And that is on page 441. Let's see, 341, 375, 391, 409. Oh, I went too far. 465, 441. Aha. Okay. Okay, guys. Strap yourselves in. Get comfy. Have your favorite beverage. Or, like Mimic should do, just, go to sleep. That's amazing, Indigo. All right. Tilly's Christmas by Louisa May Alcott. I'm so glad tomorrow is Christmas because I'm going to have a lot of presents. So I'm glad, though I don't expect any presents but a pair of mittens. And so am I, but I shan't have any presents at all. As the three little girls trudged home from school, they said these things, and as Tilly spoke, both the others looked at her with pity and some surprise, for she spoke cheerfully, and they wondered how she could be happy when she was so poor she could have no presents on Christmas. "Don't you wish you could find a purse full of money right here in the path?" said Kate, the child who was going to have lots of presents. "Oh, don't I, if I could keep it, honestly." And Tilly's eyes shone at the very thought. "What would you buy?" asked Bessie, rubbing her cold hands and longing for her mittens. "I'd buy a pair of large warm blankets, a loaf of wood, a shawl for Mother, and a pair of shoes for me. And if there was enough left, I'd give Bessie a new hat, and then she needn't wear Ben's old felt one," answered Tilly. The girls laughed at that, but Bessie pulled the funny hat over her ears and said she was much obliged, but she'd rather have candy. "Let's look," Maybe we can find a purse. People are always going about with money at Christmas time, and someone may lose it here, said Kate. So, as they went along the snowy road, they looked about them, half in earnest, half in fun. Suddenly, Tilly sprang forward, exclaiming, I see it! I found it! The others followed, but all stopped disappointed, for it wasn't a purse. It was only a little bird. It lay upon the snow with its wings spread and feebly fluttering, as if too weak to fly. Its little feet were benumbed with cold, its once bright eyes were dull with pain, and instead of a blithe song, it could only utter a faint chirp, now and then, as if crying for help. Nothing but a stupid old robin! How provoking! Cried Kate, sitting down to rest. I shan't touch it. I found one once and took care of it, and the ungrateful thing flew away the minute it was well, said Bessie, creeping under Kate's shawl and putting her hands under her chin to warm them. Poor little birdie! How pitiful he looks, and how glad he must be to see someone coming to help him. I'll take him up gently and carry him home to Mother. Don't be frightened, dear. I'm your friend. And Tilly knelt down in the snow, stretching her hand to the bird with the tenderest pity in her face. Kate and Bessie laughed. Don't stop for that thing. It's getting late and cold. Let's go on and look for the purse, they said, moving away. You wouldn't leave it to die, cried Tilly. I'd rather have the bird than the money, so I shan't look any more. The purse wouldn't be mine, and I should only be tempted to keep it, but this poor thing will thank and love me, and I'm so glad I came in time. Gently lifting the bird, Tilly felt its tiny cold claws cling to her hand, and saw its dim eyes brighten as it nestled down with a grateful chirp. Now I've got a Christmas present after all, she said, smiling as they walked on. I always wanted a bird, and this one will be such a pretty pet for me. He'll fly away the first chance he gets and die anyhow, so you'd better not waste your time over him, said Bessie. He can't pay you for taking care of him, and my mother says it isn't worthwhile to help folks that can't help us, added Kate. My mother says do as you'd be done by, and I'm sure I'd like anyone to help me if I was dying of cold and hunger.
I wish you a Merry Christmas. I wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Why, thank you,
Fang
NSA.
smiled.
Very appropriate, very apt for this Christmas season. Thank you for the €6.66. That's what it's called. It should be. I don't think I changed that. Aw, thank you so much. Do we have a reading as a thing? Reading, fun. You know what? Why don't we just say special event? Special event. Yeah. Thank you. I see it. I found it. My hopes and dreams. Oh, that's amazing, Indigo. Can I say you have a good voice for this? Thank you, Great Red. Saw a little kitten and thought my cats were once that size. Oh, kittens are cute. Kittens are cute. Love your neighbor as yourself is another of her sayings. This bird is my little neighbor, and I love him and care for him as I often wish our rich neighbor would love and care for us, answered Tilly, breathing her warm breath over the benumbed bird, who looked up at her with confiding eyes, quick to feel and know a friend. What a funny girl you are, said Kate, caring for that silly bird and talking about loving your neighbor in that sober way. Mr. King don't care a bit for you and never will. Though he knows how poor you are, I don't think your plan amounts to much. I believe it, though, and shall do my part anyway. Good night. I hope you'll have a Merry Christmas and lots of pretty things, answered Tilly as they parted. Her eyes were full, and she felt so poor as she went on alone towards the little old house where she lived. It would have been so pleasant to know that she was going to have some of the pretty things all the children loved to find in their full stockings on Christmas morning. And pleasanter still to have been able to give her mother something nice. So many comforts were needed, and there was no hope of getting them, for they could barely get food and fire. Never mind, Birdie. We'll make the best of what we have, and be merry in spite of everything. You shall have a happy Christmas anyway, and I know God won't forget us if everyone else does. She stopped a minute to wipe her eyes and lean her cheek against the bird's soft breast, finding great comfort in the little creature, though it could only love her, nothing more. See, Mother, what a nice present I've found, she cried, going in with a cheery face that was like sunshine in the dark room. I'm glad of that, dearie, for I haven't been able to get my little girl anything but a rosy apple. Poor bird. Give it some of your warm bread and milk. Why, Mother, what a big bowlful. I'm afraid you gave me all the milk, said Tilly, smiling over the nice steaming supper that stood ready for her. I've had plenty, dear. Sit down and dry your wet feet and put the bird in my basket on this warm flannel. Tilly peeped into the closet and saw nothing there but dry bread. Mother's given me all the milk and is going without her tea, 'cause she knows I'm hungry. Now I'll surprise her, and she'll have a good supper, too. She is going to split wood, and I'll fix it while she's gone. So, Tilly put down the old teapot, carefully poured out a part of the milk, and from her pocket produced a great plummy bun that one of the school children had given her and she had saved for her mother. A slice of the dry bread was nicely toasted, and the bit of butter set by for her put on it. When her mother came in, there was the table drawn up in a warm place, a hot cup of tea ready, and Tilly and Birdie waiting for her. Such a poor little supper, and yet such a happy one. For love, charity, and contentment were guests there. And that Christmas Eve was a blither one than that up at the great house, where lights shone, fires blazed, a great tree glittered, and music sounded as the children danced and played. We must go to bed early, for we've only wood enough to last over tomorrow. I shall be paid for my work the day after, and then we can get some, said Tilly's mother as they sat by the fire. If my bird was only a fairy bird and would give us 3 wishes, how nice it would be. Poor dear, he can't give me anything. But it's no matter, answered Tilly, looking at the robin, who lay in the basket with his head under his wing, a mere little feathery bunch. He can give you one thing, Tilly, the pleasure of doing good. That is one of the deepest, sweetest things in life, and the poor can enjoy it as well as the rich. As her mother spoke, with her tired hand softly stroking her little daughter's hair, Tilly suddenly started and pointed to the window, saying in a frightened whisper, I saw a face. A man's face looking in. It's gone now, but I truly saw it. Some traveler attracted by the light, perhaps. I'll go and see. And Tilly's mother went to the door. No one was there. The wind blew cold, the stars shone, the snow lay white on the field and wood, and the Christmas moon was glittering in the sky. What sort of a face was it? Asked Tilly's mother, coming back. A pleasant sort of face, I think, but I was so startled I don't quite know what it was. I wish we had a curtain there, said Tilly. I like to have our light shine out in the evening, for the road is dark and lonely just here, and the twinkle of our lamp is pleasant to people's eyes as they go by. We can do so little for our neighbors. I am glad to cheer the way for them. Now put these poor old shoes to dry and go to bed, dearie. I'll come soon. Tilly went, taking her bird with her to sleep in his basket nearby, lest he should be alone in the night. Soon the little house was dark and still, and no one saw the Christmas spirits at their work that night. Hello, Yodel. Merry Christmas. I hope you're doing good today. Thank you for coming by. I like this story, Great Red. I've never read it. Do you like it? When Tilly opened the door next morning, she gave a loud cry, clapped her hands, and then stood still, quite speechless with wonder and delight. There, before the door, lay a great pile of wood, all ready to burn, a big bundle and a basket with a lovely nosegay of winter roses, holly, and evergreen tied to the handle. "Oh, Mother! Did the fairies do it?" cried Tilly, pale with her happiness, as she seized the basket while her mother took in the bundle. "Yes, dear, the best and dearest fairy in the world, called Charity. She walks abroad at Christmas time, does beautiful deeds like this, and does not stay to be thanked," answered her mother, with full eyes, as she undid the parcel. There they were, the warm, thick blankets, the comfortable shawls, the new shoes, and best of all, a pretty winter hat for Bessie. The basket was full of good things to eat, and on the flowers lay a paper saying, "For the little girl who loves her neighbor as herself." "Mother, I really think my bird is a fairy bird, and all these splendid things come from him," said Tilly, laughing and crying with joy. It really did seem so, for as she spoke, the robin flew to the table, hopped to the nosegay, and perching among the roses, began to chirp with all his little might. The sun streamed in on flowers, bird, and happy child, and no one saw a shadow glide away from the window. No one ever knew that Mr. King had seen and heard the little girls the night before, or dreamed that the rich neighbor had learned a lesson from the poor neighbor. And Tilly's bird was a fairy bird, for by her love and tenderness to the helpless thing, she brought good gifts to herself, happiness to the unknown giver of them, and a faithful little friend who did not fly away, but stayed with her till the snow was gone, making summer for her in the wintertime. And that was Tilly's Christmas by Louisa May Alcott. It's your first Alcott? You haven't read Little Women? Oh, it's a great one. It's sentimental, but I like it. Do you need some water? I think I do. I have it poured out to myself. My little Nanobites cup. I really like it because it deals a lot with what we always want, what we don't have. We always want more. And I think that Tilly's mom is amazing because she knows they're poor and she knows she can't give Tilly all of the things that she'd like her to have. But, you know, I was so moved by that they don't put blinds on the windows, but they let it shine out because there are no street lights. And she helps the neighbors passing. I mean, you have the merch store. Mimic, you can get some there if you like. Actually, I have a pretty good, thank you for the snow. I have a pretty good, wine glass, too. I don't have it down here right now, but I really like it. Oh, my goodness me. It's just a shame I can't hear the crackling fire. I opted out of wearing these, like, in-ear things, because they kind of mess with what I can hear myself. You can see the cup with the straw. It's there. I think it might be rather later on the page. I think it might be on page 3 in the merch store. Let me check. Or you have to scroll really far down. Oh, you have to click on all products on the left-hand side. And there it shall be. It's without the lid and the pictures, but you can get it with. There's also a pretty cool can cooler that I'm going to get at some point. It even snows inside now. It did. It did. Okay. I'm gonna get some more water. And then I have the second Alcott story called Tessa's Surprises. I thought it was going to be a continuation because maybe we'd get Bessie's side. I'd actually love to read all 3 of them. So there was Tilly and then Bessie, and I can't remember what the third little girl was called. Kate. Good morning, Babyface Gamer. Merry Christmas. How are you doing? It's Christmas morning for you, isn't it? I'm so happy I can be here. I can recommend the No Ducks t-shirt. It's actually really good quality. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. How are you, Babyface Gamer? I hope you're doing well on this Christmas day. I'm so happy to be here, and I'm so happy I found this background. Isn't this just lovely? I love this background because I love the fire and the decorations, and it's kind of like a cozy vibe, and it's snowing outside. You know, living in the southern part of Sweden, we don't really get that much snow here. We actually don't. Like, oh, thank Babyface Gamer, I love it too. We usually get a lot of gray, a lot of overcast, a lot of rain. Not that much snow. Occasionally, when Andy was born, the year Andy was born, 2009, Andy's my son, if you don't know, we had a lot of snow. Coming gets all the snow. I know, it's not fair. Not fair. But yeah, you know what I can do? Unless the mic is going to pick it up, I can actually have the snow crackling here. I think I'm going to do that on my phone, I mean. I'm going to switch accounts just so it won't. Oh, am I on that account now? Hang on. I am. Okay. Switching back. Sweden's amazing, though. I've been a few. Have you? Where have you been in Sweden? Because I'm in the south. And the south, well, it's a bit different. Especially with the weather in the winter. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay, can you hear that? Because that's perfect. That's great. Cat's Glove to Nana's wish list? No. I want to read as many books as possible of as many types as I can. This is actually the first time I'm really reading since early this year. And I like it. Okay. And I just want to reiterate that I'm not wearing any kind of, like, my headphones are here next to me because I didn't want to ruin the whatchamacallit, the Christmas hat. Tomteluva. And so I'm going to try. I have a pretty good peripheral vision, so I'm keeping my eye on chat and stopping every once in a while. But I'm going to continue. I'm going to continue reading. This is the second Alcott story. I like that they're kind of short. Last year I just read A Christmas Carol, and I love that story so much. But it's Old English. It's difficult to read. And it is a very long story, or a longer one anyway, so I'm glad to read these short ones. Okay. I also got to say, this book has like a golden... Oh, I can catch it. Look. Oh, it's so pretty. I love it too, Liz. I love it too. Okay. So our second story for today is called Tessa's Surprises. It's a girl named Tessa. She has several surprises, apparently. I feel like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is a Christmas book. Been to Stockholm, Luleå, and have family that lives in Halmstad. Nice. Yeah, that pretty much covers a lot of Sweden from north to south. Pretty cool. Okay. Little Tessa sat alone by the fire, waiting for her father to come home from work. The children were fast asleep, all four in the big bed behind the curtain. The wind blew hard outside, and the snow beat on the window panes. The room was large, and the fire so small and feeble that it didn't half warm the little bare toes peeping out of the old shoes on the hearth. Tessa's father was an Italian plaster worker, very poor, but kind and honest. The mother had died not long ago and left 12-year-old Tessa to take care of the little children. She tried to be very wise and motherly and worked for them like any little woman. But it was so hard to keep the small bodies warm and fed, and the small souls good and happy, that poor Tessa was often at her wits' end. She always waited for her father, no matter how tired she was, so that he might find his supper warm, a bit of fire, and a loving little face to welcome him. Tessa thought over her troubles at these quiet times and made her plans, for her father left things to her a good deal. And she had no friends but Tomo, the harp boy upstairs, and the lively Cricket who lived in the chimney. Tonight, her face was very sober, and her pretty brown eyes very thoughtful, as she stared at the fire and knit her brows, as if perplexed. She was not thinking of her old shoes, nor the empty closet, nor the boys' ragged clothes just then. No. She had a fine plan in her good little head, and was trying to discover how she should carry it out. You see, Christmas was coming in a week, and she had set her heart on putting something in the children's stockings as the mother used to do. For while she lived, things were comfortable. Now, Tessa had not a penny in the world and didn't know how to get one, for all the father's earnings had to go for food, fire, and rent. If there were only fairies, how heavenly that would be. For then I should tell them all I wish, and pop, behold the fine things in my lap, said Tessa to herself. I must earn the money. There is no one to give it to me, and I cannot beg. But what can I do? So small and stupid, as shy as I am. I must find some way to give the little ones a nice Christmas. I must. And Tessa pulled her long hair as if that would help her think. But it didn't. And her heart got heavier and heavier. For it did seem hard that in a great city full of fine things there should be none for poor Nono, Sep, and little Speranza. Just as Tessa's tears began to tumble off her eyelashes on her brown cheeks, the cricket began to chirp. Of course, he didn't say a word, but it really did seem as if he had answered her question almost as well as a fairy. For before he had piped a dozen shrill notes, an idea popped into Tessa's head. Such a truly splendid idea that she clapped her hands and burst out laughing. I'll do it. If Father will let me, she said to herself, smiling and nodding at the fire. Tomo will like to have me go with him and sing while he plays his harp in the streets. I know many songs and may get money if I am not frightened, for people throw pennies to other little girls who play the tambourine. Yes, I will try. And then, if I do well, the little ones shall have a Merry Christmas. So full of her plan was Tessa that she ran upstairs at once and asked Tomo if he would take her with him on the morrow. Her friend was delighted, for he thought Tessa's songs very sweet and was sure she would get money if she tried. But see, then, it is cold in the streets, the wind bites, and the snow freezes one's fingers. The day is very long, people are cross, and at night one is ready to die with weariness. Thou art so small, Tessa. I am afraid it would go badly with thee, said Tomo, who was a merry, black-eyed boy of 14 with the kindest heart in the world under his old jacket. I do not mind cold and wet and cross people if I can get the pennies, answered Tessa, feeling very brave with such a friend to help her. She thanked Tomo and ran away to get ready, for she felt sure her father would not refuse her anything. She sewed up the holes in her shoes as well as she could, for she had much of that sort of cobbling to do. She mended her only gown and laid ready the old hood and shawl which had been her mother's. Then she washed out little Ranza's frock and put it to dry because she would not be able to do it in the next day. She set the table and got things ready for breakfast, for Tomo went out early and must not be kept waiting for her. She longed to make the beds and dress the children overnight. She was in such a hurry to have it all in order. But, as that could not be, she sat down again and tried over all the songs she knew. 6 pretty ones were chosen, and she sang away with all her heart in a fresh little voice so sweetly that the children smiled in their sleep, and her father's tired face brightened as he entered, for Tessa was his cheery cricket on the hearth. When she had told her plan, Peter Benari shook his head and thought it would never do. But Tessa begged so hard, he consented at last that she should try it for 1 week and sent her to bed the happiest little girl in New York. Thank you, Corvus. You could do Frankenstein as it came out of a Christmas party. I'm afraid I don't have Frankenstein in this book. I would like to read Frankenstein, though. I started it, but I never finished it. It started quite oddly with a journey and someone who's very infatuated with a friend of theirs. I don't know. My family wanted to show me around the first few times I visited. What did you think? Band and the seal herring. Yay. You are Sweden, basically. Abba is from Sweden, that's right. I don't mind at all, Corvus. It's nice. I know that this is going to be a lurky kind of stream, but it's nice to have someone in the chat so that I see that I'm not just reading to myself. Not that I would think that anyway, but it feels good. It feels good. I'm glad you're here, Corvus. I'm glad everyone's here. Let's see, where were we? Yes, the happiest little girl in New York. It's so cute. Next morning, the sun shone, but the cold wind blew and the snow lay thick in the streets. As soon as her father was gone, Tessa flew about and put everything in nice order, telling the children she was going out for the day and they were to mind Talmo's mother, who would see about the fire and the dinner. For the good woman loved Tessa and entered into her little plans with all her heart. Nono and Giuseppe, or Sepp as they called him, wondered what she was going away for, and little Ranza cried at being left. But Tessa told them they would know all about it in a week and have a fine time if they were good. So they kissed her all round and let her go. Poor Tessa's heart beat fast as she trudged away with Talmo, who slung his harp over his shoulder and gave her his hand. Hi, Trillo. Welcome in. Thank you. Merry Christmas. How was your Christmas Eve, Trillo? I loved the little, what was it? Little sheep? Was it a sheep? It was so cute. It was adorable. I never told you about my Christmas Eve. It was nice. There. All done. I wish we played more games on Christmas Eve. Babyface had a lot of fun. I don't speak as much Swedish as I once used to, but I got to try good food with good company, so that is all I could ask for. Aw, that's nice. Happy holidays. Hold on. Welcome in. It's good to see you. I'm just taking a break in my story, which is called Tessa's Surprises, and it's so sweet. It's this girl named Tessa who's 12, who's been left to tend to her younger siblings because her father works and her mother died, and she's had an idea that she's going to go out and try to get some money by performing in the streets with her upstairs neighbor Talmo. So she's about to go on the first day, but Talmo has warned her that it's very cold. People are not mean, but cross. They're mad. Angry people, and I can't wait to see how she does it. Thank you, Corvus. I don't think I've seen that one, Liz. I think I've seen About Santa Claus with an E at the end, but I don't think I've actually seen it. It didn't seem like it would be my kind of movie. I've watched so many Christmas movies today. I hope you're having a good morning. Hold on. Is it Christmas morning for you there? What do you do on Christmas morning? Do you... Oh, I forgot my Christmas tea. It's been okay? I'm glad. Extremely corny. Santa Claus is extremely corny? I don't mind corny, though. If it gets too over the top, then I kind of mind it, but sentimental can sometimes be construed as corny, and I don't agree. No. Wife will make ham later on. Oh, that sounds so good. Made some eggs and sausage and pancakes. That sounds lovely. The movie with Tim Allen. Yeah, I don't mind corny though. I usually like it. If it's too like sugary sweet, then sometimes I don't really. Can be too much of a good thing. But usually, I'm okay with it. Sometimes it's whatchamacallit, it's suspension of disbelief, and you just gotta go with it because that's what the vibe that they're going for. Usually I can take it pretty well. Yeah. Hold on, we do have a foods section in the Nanobites Discord if you feel like sharing. I actually didn't share that much this year, or any of the food really. I did take some pictures just because I was logging what I was eating. I might post that. I might post my plates. Hubby might bring tea. Hubby has done so much. Hubby's done so much. Like pictures? Yes. Pickle about 2 kilograms of jalapenos. Oh. It's a shame you can't send them. you know? Holy moly. Yes. Oh. Hold on. No, I'm not going to get up and move around. Watch. I am reading a Christmas story. It'd be a picture of an empty plate. Ate it already. La 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 la. I meant the Christmas ham. Because I'm curious how you guys do that. Okay, well, thank you so much for everyone for being here. And if you gotta just say hi and then run off, I completely understand. I am here just in case anyone wants to, you know, have somewhere to hang out. I'm reading a story. It's adorable. It's by Louisa May Alcott. And actually, I want to get back to it because I want to know what happens. I hope Tessa can get enough money so that, I mean, she's so selfless and she's only 12. She's basically a surrogate mother at the tender age of 12. What did Trillo say? Yes, hold on. That is what's different. No, thank you. Hold on. I have some hairs in the back of my neck that are tickling. I think I got it. Okay. Alright. I'm not used to wearing this. I'm kind of like just adjusting everything all the time. Okay. Poor Tessa's heart beat fast as she trudged away with Tomo, who slung his harp over his shoulder and gave her his hand. It was a rather dirty hand, but so kind that Tessa clung to it and kept looking up at the friendly brown face for encouragement. We first go to the cafe where many French and Italians eat the breakfast. They like my music and often give me sips of hot coffee, which I like much. You too shall have the sips and perhaps the pennies, for these people are greatly kind, said Tomo, leading her into a large smoky place where many people sat at little tables eating and drinking. See now, have no fear. Give them Bella Monica. That is merry and will make them laugh, whispered Tomo, tuning his harp. For a moment, Tessa felt so frightened that she wanted to run away. But she remembered the empty stockings at home and the fine plan, and she resolved not to give up. One fat old Frenchman nodded to her, and it seemed to help her very much, for she began to sing before she thought, and that was the hardest part of it. Her voice trembled, and her cheeks grew redder and redder as she went on, but she kept her eyes fixed on her old shoes, and so got through without breaking down, which was very nice. The people laughed, for the song was merry, and the fat man smiled and nodded again. This gave her courage to try another, and she sung better and better each time, for Tomo played his best and kept whispering to her, "Yes, we go well. This is fine. They will give the money and the blessed coffee." So they did. For when the little concert was over, several men put pennies in the cap Tessa offered, and the fat man took her on his knee and ordered a mug of coffee and some bread and butter for them both. This quite won her heart, and when they left the cafe, she kissed her hand to the old Frenchman and said to her friend, "How kind they are! I like this very much, and now it is not hard." But Tomo shook his head and answered soberly, "Yes, I took you there first, for they love music and are of our country. But up among the great houses, we shall not always do well. The people there are busy or hard or idle, and care nothing for harps and songs. Do not skip and laugh too soon, for the day is long and we have but 12 pennies yet." Tessa walked more quietly and rubbed her cold hands, feeling that the world was a very big place and wondering how the children got on at home without the little mother. Till noon they did not earn much, for everyone seemed in a hurry, and the noise of many sleigh bells drowned the music. Slowly they made their way up the great squares where the big houses were, with fine ladies and pretty children at the windows. Here, Tessa sung all her best songs, and Tamo played as fast as his fingers could fly. But it was too cold to have the windows open, so the pretty children could not listen long, and the ladies tossed out a little money and soon went back to their own affairs. All the afternoon, the two friends wandered about, singing and playing, and gathering up their small harvest. At dusk, they went home. Tessa so hoarse she could hardly speak, and so tired she fell asleep over the supper. But she had made $50. For Tamo divided the money fairly, and she felt rich with her share. The other days were very much like this. Sometimes they made more, sometimes less. But Tamo always went halves. And Tessa kept on in spite of cold and weariness, for her plans grew as her earnings increased. And now she hoped to get useful things instead of candy and toys alone. A Danish Christmas table. Oh, you're not going to wear nails anymore, Trillo? Like fake nails? Wear nails, that sounds silly. Pork roast and or duck, white potatoes, sugar potatoes, gravy, heated pickles, red cabbage, and crisps to pick up the gravy with and other condiments. And then risotto almond for dessert. Nice. Oh, that sounds painful, Trillo. Tim Tam cheesecake. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. No, you can't have a Tim Tam cheesecake. You can't do the Tim Tam slam with a cheesecake. Oh my gosh. Tim Tams with Tim Hortons coffee and then cheese and broccoli soup. I mean, that sounds great. Not together, but separately. Sounds great. I'm not even a huge soup person, but the pho, I love that. It's constantly on my mind now. It's like almost an obsession, so whenever I can, I'm actually thinking of ways I can get pho. It's like almost an addiction. It's just an obsession. It'll go away, but until then it's like, how can I get pho? I want it. Pho, real? Yeah. Okay. But that sounds wonderful, Trillo. It sounds good. It sounds tasty. Yes, I ate way too much. I actually had an upset stomach last night, but that was expected. For Christmas, my mom tried Ben & Jerry's for the first time, and she didn't like strawberry shortcake because it was too sugary. Forever a pho lover. La, 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 la. Yes, I love pho. I love it. Okay. How much longer is the story? I just want to know what happens. Ah, it's like 4 more pages. Okay. On the day before Christmas, she made herself as tidy as she could, for she hoped to earn a good deal. She tied a bright scarlet handkerchief over the old hood, and the brilliant colors set off her brown cheeks and bright eyes, as well as the pretty black braids of her hair. Tamo's mother lent her a pair of boots so big that they turned up at the toes, but there were no holes in them, and Tessa felt quite elegant in whole boots. Her hands were covered with chilblains, for she had no mittens, but she put them under her shawl and scuffled merrily away in her big boots, feeling so glad that the week was over and nearly $3 safe in her pocket. How gay the streets were that day, how brisk everyone was, and how bright the faces looked as people trotted about with big baskets, holly wreaths, and young evergreens going to blossom into splendid Christmas trees. If I could have a tree for the children, I'd never want anything again. But I can't, so I'll fill the socks all full and be happy, said Tessa, as she looked wistfully at the gay stores and saw the heavy baskets go by. knows what may happen if we do well, returned Tamo, nodding wisely, for he had a plan as well as Tessa, and kept chuckling over it as he trudged through the mud. They did not do well somehow, for everyone seemed so full of their own affairs they could not stop to listen, even to Bella Monica, but bustled away to spend their money in turkeys, toys, and trees. In the afternoon it began to rain, and poor Tessa's heart to fail her, for the big boots tired her feet, the cold wind made her hands ache, and the rain spoilt the fine red handkerchief. Even Tamo looked sober and didn't whistle as he walked, for he was also disappointed, and his plan looked rather doubtful. The pennies came in so slowly. We'll try one more street, and then go home. Thou art so tired, little one. Come, let me wipe thy face, and give me thy hand in here in my jacket pocket. There it will be as warm as any kitten. And kind Tamo brushed away the drops, which were not all rain, from Tessa's cheeks, tucked the poor hands into his ragged pocket, and led her carefully along the slippery streets, for the boots nearly tripped her up. Aww. I'm reminded of a part of the culinary and job quests in Final Fantasy XIV where an NPC wants a dessert but finds chestnuts too sweet, so you have the challenge of making the request and reducing the cloying sweetness while keeping the flavor. I've never heard of a Final Fantasy mission like that. It does sound very complicated. Wow. Oh, come on, Tessa, let's go. Okay. At the first house, a cross old gentleman flapped his newspaper at them. At the second, a young gentleman and lady were so busy talking that they never turned their heads. And at the third, a servant came out and told them to go away because someone was sick. At the fourth, some people let them sing all their songs and gave nothing. At the next 3 houses were empty. And the last of all showed not a single face as they looked up anxiously. It was so cold, so dark, and discouraging that Tessa couldn't help one sob, and as he glanced down at the little red nose and wet figure beside him, Tamo gave his harp an angry thump and said something very fierce in Italian. They were just going to turn away, but they didn't, for that angry thump happened to be the best thing they could have done. All of a sudden, a little head appeared at the window as if the sound had brought it. Then another, and another, till there were 5 of all heights and colors, and 5 eager faces peeped out, smiling and nodding to the 2 below. Sing, Tessa, sing, quick, quick, cried Tamo, twanging away with all his might and showing his white teeth as he smiled back at the little gentlefolk. Bless us, how Tessa did tune up at that. She chirped away like a real bird, forgetting all about the tears on her cheeks, the ache in her hands, and the heaviness at her heart. The children laughed and clapped their hands and cried, "More, more! Sing another, little girl, please do!" And away they went again, piping and playing till Tessa's breath was gone and Tamo's stout fingers tingled well. "Mama says come to the door. It's too muddy to throw the money into the street," cried out a kindly child's voice as Tessa held up the cap with beseeching eyes. Hello, Gauntman, you did make it. Welcome in. Merry Christmas again. Thank you for yesterday. Up the wide stone steps went the street musicians, and the whole flock came running down to give a handful of silver and ask all sorts of questions. Tessa felt so grateful that, without waiting for Tamo, she sang her sweetest little song all alone. It was about a lost lamb, and her heart was in the song. Therefore she sang it so well that a pretty young lady came down to listen and stood watching the bright-eyed girl, who looked about her as she sang, evidently enjoying the light and warmth of the fine hall. and the sight of the lovely children with their gay dresses, shining hair, and dainty little shoes. "You have a charming voice, child. Who taught you to sing?" asked the young lady kindly. "My mother. She is dead now, but I do not forget," answered Tessa in her pretty broken English. "I wish she could sing at our tree since Bella is ill," cried one of the children, peeping through the banisters. "She is not fair enough for the angel and too large to go up in the tree, but she sings sweetly and looks as if she would like to see a tree," said the young lady. "Oh, so much!" exclaimed Tessa, adding eagerly, "My sister Ronza is small and pretty as a baby angel. She could sit up in the fine tree, and I could sing for her from under the table." "Sit down and warm yourself, and tell me about Ronza," said the kind elder sister, who looked like the confiding little girl in spite of her shabby clothes. Who liked the confiding little girl, excuse me. So, Tessa sat down and dried the big boots over the furnace and told her story, while Tomo stood modestly in the background, and the children listened with faces full of interest. "Oh, Rose, let us see the little girl, and if she will do, let us have her, and Tessa can learn her song, and it will be splendid," cried the big boy who sat astride of a chair and stared at the harp with round eyes. "I'll ask Mamma," said Rose, and away she went into the dining room close by. As the door opened, Tessa saw what looked to her like a fairy feast. All silver mugs and flowery plates and oranges, and nuts and rosy wine and tall glass pitchers and smoking dishes that smelt so deliciously she could not restrain a little sniff of satisfaction. "Are you hungry?" asked the boy in a grand tone. "Yes, sir," meekly answered Tessa. "I say, Mamma, she wants something to eat. Can I give her an orange?" called the boy, prancing away into the splendid room, quite like a fairy prince, Tessa thought. A plump, motherly lady came out and looked at Tessa, asked a few questions, and then told her to come tomorrow with Ronza, and they would see what could be done. Tessa clapped her hands for joy. She didn't mind the child lanes now, and Tomo played a lively march. He was so pleased. "Will you come too and bring your harp? You shall be paid, and shall have something from the tree likewise," said the motherly lady, who liked that Tessa gratefully told her about his kindness to her. "Ah, yes, I shall come with much gladness and play as never in my life before," cried Tomo with a flourish of the old cap that made the children laugh. "Give these to your brothers," said the fairy prince, stuffing nuts and oranges into Tessa's hands. "And these to the little girl," added one of the young princesses, flying out of the dining room with cakes and rosy apples for Ronza. Tessa didn't know what to say, but her eyes were full, and she just took the mother's white hand in both her little grimy ones and kissed it many times in her pretty Italian fashion. The lady understood her and stroked her cheek softly, saying to her elder daughter, "We must take care of this good little creature. Freddie, bring me your mittens. These poor hands must be covered. Alice, get your play hood. This handkerchief is all wet. And Maud, bring the old chinchilla tippet." The children ran, and in a minute there were lovely blue mittens on the red hands, a warm hood over the black braids, and a soft old chinchilla around the sore throat. I will not actually read what it said there, but it's a nickname for Kitty. Yes. "Ah, so kind, so very kind. I have no way to say thank you, But Ranza shall be for you a heavenly angel, and I will sing my heart out for your tree, cried Tessa, folding the mittens as if she would say a prayer of thankfulness if she knew how. Then she went away, and the pretty children called after them, "Come again, Tessa! Come again, Tomo!" Now the rain didn't seem dismal, the wind cold, nor the way long, as they bought their gifts and hurried home. For kind words and the sweet magic of charity had changed all the world to them. I think the good spirits who fly about on Christmas Eve to help the loving fillers of little stockings smiled very kindly on Tessa as she brooded joyfully over the small store of presents that seemed so magnificent to her. All the goodies were divided evenly into 3 parts and stowed away in their father's 3 big socks, which hung against the curtain. With her $3, she had got a pair of shoes for Nono, a knit cap for Sep, and a pair of white stockings for Ranza. To her, she also gave the new hood, to Nono the mittens, and to Sep the tippet. Now the dear boys can go out, and my Ranza will be ready for the lady to see in her new nice things, said Tessa, quite sighing with pleasure to see how well the gifts looked, pinned up beside the bulging socks, which wouldn't hold them at all. The little mother kept nothing for herself but the pleasure of giving everything away. Yet, I think she was both richer and happier than if she'd kept them all. Her father laughed as he had not done since the mother died when he saw how comically the old curtain had broken out into boots and hoods, stockings and tippets. I wish I had a gold gown and a silver hat for thee, my Tessa. Thou art so good. May the saints bless and keep thee always, said Peter Benari tenderly, as he held his little daughter close and gave her the goodnight kiss. Tessa felt very rich as she crept under the faded counterpane, feeling as if she had received a lovely gift, and fell happily asleep with chubby Ranza in her arms. Let's see, with chubby Ranza in her arms and the 2 rough black heads peeping out at the foot of the bed. She dreamed wonderful dreams that night, and woke in the morning to find real wonders before her eyes. She got up early to see if the socks were all right, and there she found the most astonishing sight. 4 socks instead of 3, and by the 4th, pinned out quite elegantly, was a little dress, evidently meant for her. A warm woolen dress, all made, and actually with bright buttons on it. It nearly took her breath away. So did the new boots on the floor, and the funny-looking stocking like a gray sausage with a wooden doll staring out at the top, as if she said politely, "A Merry Christmas, ma'am." Tessa screamed and danced in her delight, and up tumbled all the children to scream and dance with her, making a regular carnival on a small scale. Everybody hugged and kissed everybody else, offered sucks of orange, bites of cake, and exchanges of candy. Everyone tried on the new things and pranced about in them like a flock of peacocks. Ranza skipped to and fro airily, dressed in her white socks and the red hood. The boys promenaded in their little shirts, one with his creaking new shoes and mittens, the other in his gay cap and fine tippet. And Tessa put her dress straight on, feeling that her father's gold gown was not all a joke. In her long stocking she found all sorts of treasures, for Tomo had stuffed it full of queer things, and his mother had made gingerbread into every imaginable shape, from fat pigs to full omnibuses. Dear me. What happy little souls they were that morning. And when they were quiet again, how like a fairy tale did Tessa's story sound to them. Ronza was quite ready to be an angel, and the boys promised to be marvelously good if they were only allowed to see the tree at the palace, as they called the great house. Little Ronza was accepted with delight by the kind lady and her children, and Tessa learned the song quite easily. The boys were asked, and after a happy day, the young Italians all returned to play their parts at the fine Christmas party. Mama and Miss Rose drilled them all, and when the folding doors flew open, one rapturous "Oh!" arose from the crowd of children gathered to the festival. I assure you, it was splendid. The great tree glittering with lights and gifts, and on her invisible perch, up among the green boughs, sat the little golden-haired angel, all in white, with downy wings, a shining crown on her head, and the most serene satisfaction in her blue eyes as she stretched her chubby arms to those below and smiled her baby smile at them. Before anyone could speak, a voice, as fresh and sweet as a lark's, sang the Christmas carol so blithely that everyone stood still to hear, and then clapped till the little angel shook on her perch and cried out, "Be dill or mill fall." How they laughed at that, and what fun they had talking to Ronza, while Miss Rose stripped the tree, for the angel could not resist the temptation, and amused herself by eating all the bonbons she could reach, till she was taken down to dance about like a fairy in a white frock and red shoes. Tessa and her friends had many presents. The boys were perfect lambs. Tomo played for the little folks to dance, and everyone said something friendly to the strangers so that they did not feel shy in spite of the shabby clothes. It was a happy night. In all their lives, they remembered it as something too beautiful and bright to be quite true. Before they went home, the kind Mama told Tessa she should be her friend, and gave her a motherly kiss, which warmed the child's heart and seemed to set a seal upon that promise. It was faithfully kept, for the rich lady had been touched by Tessa's patient struggles and sacrifices, and for many years, thanks to her benevolence, there was no end to Tessa's surprises. I loved that one. That was so pretty.
Love the hair. Now,
Hello,
is
Arizona.
this
Merry
Die Hard,
Christmas.
the book?
Thank you.
Now they have a machine gun.
Thank you
Ho,
for the resub,
ho,
Arizona. Love the hair. Is this Die Hard the book? Now they have a machine gun. Oh. Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Irazat. And are you going to your dad's today? Die Hard. Yeah, Die Hard, the Christmas movie. Everyone knows it's a Christmas movie, you know? And you know? Oh my goodness. Trillo, I'm so sorry, but thank you for the 15 stream streak. It's a chill day today. Nice. Nice. Excuse me. Trillo, you are welcome. Yeah, I did that. And you said nothing. And maybe your voice needs a little break. Tea is good. Tea is good. But I am water. Did I burp? Yeah, you can't add to it. I heard that in Mr. Torg's voice. I don't know who that is. Thank you for the snow. Now it's snowing outside and inside. How was your Christmas, Erzat? Oh. I think I have Die Hard and VHS still. Of course you do. Of course you do. Oh, from Borderlands. Okay. I think I need to read in a different way. It was very good. Yes. Yes. Anything you want to share? Borderlands. I never got into Borderlands. I don't know why. Nope, that was it. Okay. Well, if you're just joining us, like Arizona is, this is Christmas Day reading stream. Christmas stories. I can't show the book because I'm using what's it called? A green screen, so it kind of disappears. But look at the pages. It's got like gold. I can catch it. There it is. Gold pages. Gold trim pages. Yeah. I'm not reading Tusk Love. Forget it. I'm reading Alcott. While Tessa's Surprises was beautiful, I still think that I love the other one. What was it called? Tilly's Christmas. That was so beautiful. It's a magical book, okay? Okay, sure, fine. Yeah, yeah, magical book, right. This book is magical because it's got Christmas stories in it. Yeah. I like it. Oh my goodness me. Arizona, how many months was that in total? 89 months. Dude. Thank you. I got a little choked up from the Christmas stories. I like them. I think they're so sweet. But yes, this stream is basically just me sitting by the fire reading stories. That's it. No games today. Just reading. Tusk Love is something you can love and laugh at off stream. I understand. I've surmised that you enjoy it, Corvus. All right, so we have read 2 Louisa May Alcott stories. I'm so happy I get to read more than one, because last year I only had time to read A Christmas Carol, but I like this. I like it a lot. Okay. You never lie. Everyone lies at one point or other in their lives. Corvus loves smut novels. Hey, we don't yuck anyone's yum here, okay? They love smut novels. They're more than welcome to. Yeah. I mean, what? I mean, the fact that you knew about it, maybe, yeah. Who doesn't? You got a point there. You got a point there, my friend. While I also enjoy the occasional smut novel, this today is not that. And I don't actually know if Twitch would have allowed it, so we're sticking to Christmas stories. By the fire. Oh, hi, Trillo. Hi, yeah. Tusk Love, what's it called? Tusk Love. Yeah, look into it. Look into it. Indigo, if you wouldn't mind. Trillo, wait, just sit down. Okay. So, the final one of the Alcott stories is called A Christmas Dream and How It Came True. And let's see, I don't know if it's a very long one. I think it's the longest one. But it's not that bad. Okay. Excuse me. I'm so tired of Christmas. I wish there never would be another one, exclaimed a discontented-looking little girl as she sat idly watching her mother arrange a pile of gifts 2 days before they were to be given. Why, Effie, what a dreadful thing to say. You're as bad as old Scrooge, and I'm afraid something will happen to you as it did to him if you don't care for dear Christmas, answered Mamma, almost dropping the silver horn she was filling with delicious candies. Who was Scrooge? What happened to him? Asked Effie with a glimmer of interest in her listless face as she picked out the sourest lemon drop she could find, for nothing sweet suited her just then. He was one of Dickens's best people, and you can read the charming story someday. He hated Christmas until a strange dream showed him how dear and beautiful it was and made a better man of him. I shall read it, for I like dreams and have many great curious ones myself. But they don't keep me from being tired of Christmas, said Effie, poking discontentedly among the sweeties for something worth eating. Why are you tired for what should be the happiest time of all the year? Asked Mamma anxiously. Perhaps I shouldn't be if I had something new, but it is always the same, and there isn't any more surprises about it. I always find heaps of goodies in my stocking. Don't like some of them, and soon get rid of those I do like. We always have a great dinner, and I eat too much and feel ill the next day. Then there's a Christmas tree somewhere with a doll on top, or a stupid old Santa Claus, and children dancing and screaming over bonbons and toys that break, and shiny things that are of no use. Really, Mama, I've had so many Christmases all alike that I don't think I can bear another one. And Effie lay herself flat on the sofa as if the mere idea was too much for her. Her mother laughed at her despair, but was sorry to see her little girl so discontented when she had everything to make her happy and had known but 10 Christmas days. Suppose we don't give you any presents at all. How would that suit you? Asked Mamma, anxious to please her spoiled child. I should like one large and splendid one, and one dear little one, to remember some very nice person by, said Effie. Excuse me. Who was a fanciful little body full of odd whims and notions, which her friends loved to gratify, regardless of time, trouble, or money, for she was the last of 3 little girls and very dear to all the family. Well, my darling, I will see what I can do to please you, and not say a word until it all is ready. If I could only get a new idea to start with. And Mamma went on tying up her pretty bundles with a thoughtful face, while Effie strolled to the window to watch the rain that kept her indoors and made her dismal. Seems to me poor children have a better times than rich ones. I can't go out, and there is a girl about my age splashing along without any maid to fuss about rubbers and cloaks and umbrellas and colds. I wish I was a beggar girl. Would you like to be hungry, cold, and ragged, to beg all day and sleep on an ash heap at night? Asked Mamma, wondering what would come next. Cinderella did, and had a nice time in the end. This girl out here has a basket of scraps on her arm, and a big old shawl all around her, and doesn't seem to care a bit, though the water runs out of her toes and of her boots. She goes paddling along, laughing at the rain and eating a cold potato as if it tasted nicer than the chicken and ice cream I had for dinner. Yes, I do think poor children are happier than rich ones. So do I sometimes. At the orphan asylum today, I saw 24 merry little souls who have no parents, no home, and no hope of Christmas beyond a stick of candy or a cake. I wish you'd been there to see how happy they were playing with the old toys some richer children had sent them. You may give them all mine. I'm so tired of them and never want to see them again, said Effie, turning from the window to the pretty baby house full of everything a child's heart could desire. I will, and let you begin again with something you will not tire of, if I can only find it. And Mamma knit her brows, trying to discover some grand surprise for this child who didn't care for Christmas. Hello, Marie, my love. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Oh my goodness, it's been a minute. It's been a good long while. Thank you, Corvus. Thank you for spending the points. Would you like me to have it just continually? Just snow? Because I can make that happen if you want it. You've been so nice and you've been here the entire time and you kept the chat going. I wouldn't mind doing that for you. Would you like that? I could do it. Thank you, Marie. Oh, goodness. Yodel, are you still here? I'd like to ask you for help with something. Let's have lots of snow. Okay. Let's see if this holds. Sometimes I have them on a timer, and they end on their own. Let's see. Yodel, would you mind pausing the redemption for lots of snow, because I have that on right now. The channel point redemption, if you wouldn't mind. I know you can't remove it, but you can make it unavailable. Thank you for letting me know, Mimic. Okay. Nothing more was said then, and wandering off to the library, Effie found A Christmas Carol, and curling herself up in the sofa corner, read it all before tea. And can I just pause and say that's so meta? Because I read it last year and we were just talking about it. Oh, you got a gold bracelet in Hong Kong, Marie? That's wonderful. Oh, if you want, you can post a picture of it. If and you want to. Some of it she did not understand, but she laughed and cried over many parts of the charming story and felt better without knowing why. All the evening she thought of poor Tiny Tim, Mrs. Cratchit with a pudding, and the stout old gentleman who danced so gaily that his legs twinkled in the air. Presently, bedtime arrived. "Come now and toast your feet," said Effie's nurse, "while I do your pretty hair and tell stories." "I'll have a fairy tale tonight, a very interesting one," commanded Effie as she put on her blue silk wrapper and little fur-lined slippers to sit before the fire and have her long curls brushed. So Nursey told her the best tales, and when at last the child lay down under her lace curtains, her head was full of a curious jumble of Christmas elves, poor children, snowstorms, sugar plums, and surprises. So it is no wonder that she dreamed all night. And this was the dream, which she never forgot. She found herself sitting on a stone in the middle of a great field, all alone. The snow was falling fast, a bitter wind whistled by, and night was coming on. She felt hungry, cold, and tired, and did not know where to go nor what to do. "I wanted to be a beggar girl, and now I am one, but I don't like it. I wish somebody would come and take care of me. I don't know who I am, and I think I must be lost," thought Effie, with a curious interest one takes in oneself in dreams. But the more she thought about it, the more bewildered she felt. Faster fell the snow, colder blew the wind, darker grew the night, and poor Effie made up her mind that she was quite forgotten and left to freeze alone. The tears were chilled on her cheeks, her feet felt like icicles, and her heart died within her, so hungry, frightened, and forlorn was she. Have a good nap. Hold on, thank you for being here. Merry Christmas, happy holidays. Laying her head on her knees, she gave herself up for lost and sat there with the great flakes fast turning her into a little white mound, when suddenly the sound of music reached her, and starting up, she looked and listened with all her eyes and ears. Far away a dim light shone, and a voice was heard singing. She tried to run toward the welcome glimmer, but could not stir, and stood like a small statue of expectation while the light drew nearer. The sweet words of the song grew clearer. Hello, Inari. Merry Christmas. Happy Christmas Day. Have you had a good day? Did you have a good Christmas Eve, Inari? She looked and listened with all her eyes and ears. Yeah, interesting question. Mimic. Oh. Funny way of reading lips. You know, maybe. And this is the singing. I don't know which melody, so I can't sing it, but it reads, "From our happy home through the world we roam, 1 week in all the year, making winter spring with the joy we bring, for Christmas tide is here. Now the eastern star shines from afar to light the poorest home. Hearts warmer grow, gifts freely flow, for Christmas tide has come." Oh, that sounds great, Inari. Oh, you're so welcome in here. I'm happy to see you. Now gaze tree rise before young eyes, abloom with tempting cheer. Blithe voices sing and blithe bells ring, for Christmas tide is here. Oh, happy chime, oh, blessed time that draws us all so near. Welcome, dear day, all creatures say, for Christmas tide is here. A child's voice sang. A child's hand carried the little candle, and in the circle of soft light it shed, Effie saw a pretty child coming to her through the night and snow. A rosy, smiling creature, wrapped in white fur with a wreath of green and scarlet holly on its shining hair, a magic candle in one hand, and the other outstretched as if to shower gifts and warmly press all other hands. Effie forgot to speak as this bright vision came nearer, leaving no trace of footsteps in the snow, only lighting the way with its little candle and filling the air with the music of its song. Merry Christmas, Aria! Aw, everyone, Aria's here! Hello, Aria. I'm so happy to see you. I hope you've had a lovely Christmas so far. And happy Christmas Day! I'm reading a story by Louisa May Alcott. I feel like it's been forever too. Oh, I'm so happy you're here. So happy to see you on Christmas morning. Man, you must be up early. Oh. Yes, notice anything different? Might be blind, but I can't find where to work with the point redemptions. I used to remember, but I think it's in the reward queue. Oh my gosh, Yodel, I'm so sorry. Maybe I can do it here. Hi, Zowie. I'll check. Thank you, Trillo. I'm so sorry to make you do that. And thank you for redeeming Hubert the Christmas Spider. Thank you, Aria. I'm not quite used to it yet. It's going to be an adjustment for everyone. Thank you, Arizot. Aria says, I'm awake early for some reason. I passed out watching the 10 Commandments with the dogs on the couch and woke up feeling so refreshed and awake. Nice. Aw, Babyface Gamer says, Merry Christmas, Big Sis. Aw. And Aria says, Merry Christmas. You know what I really love? And I don't actually know why. hearing people wish each other Merry Christmas, or in this case, seeing it. I'm actually tearing up. I don't know why. This has come with age. Just hearing or seeing people wishing each other Merry Christmas. I don't know. Is it like it's unifying? Is that what it is? I don't know. It's just that a lot of people celebrate the same thing, and it's something that we come together to do. I don't know. I think it's just sentimentality creeping in. It's really nice, though. It's really nice. Maybe I should call Mooney. Aw. I don't know what she's doing today, actually. But Ari, I'm so happy to see you. Ari, do you know Louisa May Alcott? She wrote Little Women. We've actually, we're on our third and final, I believe, story written by her in this book that you can't see because I got chroma key on. But it's got golden pages. Like it's, what is that called? Laced with gold? Gold color. It's nice. Nothing wrong with that. We feel similar. It's so nice. It's so cheerful. It's got that old-fashioned Christmas feel to it. Wishing each other Merry Christmas. I just think it's so nice. Okay. Why did you just write fa, Mimic? Okay. Where was I? Oh yes, she is in her dream, and this lovely little ghostly child is singing. Oh, I do love Pho. That's true. Magically transparent. Yes, it's so full of magic. So magic is it that it's transparent. It is very comfy. I couldn't make out any other way for me to be here. I wanted to sit like further back, like maybe by the window more, but it would just be, I can't have my whole person in the scene, so. Aw, thank you, Aria. Okay. It is a double chair, yeah. I wish I had what you have, Aria, which is a little green screen on the chair itself. Wish I had that. Might get that for next year. Dear child, you are lost and I have come to find you, said the stranger, taking Effie's cold hands in his, with a smile like sunshine, while every hollyberry glowed like a little fire. Do you know me? Asked Effie, feeling no fear but a great gladness at his coming. I know all children, and go to find them, for this is my holiday, and I gather them from all parts of the world to be merry with me once a year. Are you an angel? Asked Effie, looking for the wings. No. I am a Christmas spirit, and live with my mates in a pleasant place, getting ready for our holiday, when we are let out to roam about the world, helping make this a happy time for all who will let us in. Will you come and see how we work? I will go anywhere with you. Don't leave me again, cried Effie gladly. Firstly, I will make you comfortable. That is what we love to do. You are cold, and you shall be warm. Hungry, and I will feed you. Sorrowful, and I will make you gay. With a wave of his candle, all three miracles were wrought. For the snowflakes turned to a white fur cloak and hood on Effie's head and shoulders. A bowl of hot soup came sailing to her lips and vanished when she had eagerly drunk the last drop, and suddenly the dismal field changed to a new world so full of wonders that all her troubles were forgotten in a minute. Bells were ringing so merrily that it was hard to keep from dancing. Green garlands hung on the walls, and every tree was a Christmas tree full of toys and blazing with candles that never went out. In one place, many little spirits sewed like mad on warm clothes, turning off work faster than any sewing machine ever invented, and great piles were made ready to be sent to poor people. Other busy creatures packed money into purses and wrote checks which they sent flying away in the wind, a lovely kind of snowstorm to fall into a world below full of poverty. Older and graver spirits were looking over piles of little books in which the records of the past year were kept, telling how different people had spent it and what sort of gifts they deserved. Some got peace, some disappointment, some remorse and sorrow, some great joy and hope. The rich had generous thoughts sent them, the poor gratitude and contentment. Children had more love and duty to parents, and parents renewed patience, wisdom, and satisfaction for and in their children. No one was forgotten. "Please tell me what splendid place this is," asked Effie as soon as she could collect her wits after the first look at all these astonishing things. "This is the Christmas world. And here we work all the year round, never tired of getting ready for the happy day. See, these are the saints just setting off, for some have far to go, and the children must not be disappointed." As he spoke, the spirit pointed to 4 gates, out of which 4 great sleighs were just driving, laden with toys, while a jolly old Santa Claus sat in the middle of each, drawing on his mittens and tucking up his wraps for a long, cold drive. "Why, I thought there was only one Santa Claus, and even he was a humbug," cried Effie, astonished at the sight. "Never give up your faith in the sweet old stones, even after you come to see that they're only pleasant shadow of a lovely truth." Just then the sleighs went off with a great jingling of bells and pattering of reindeer hoofs, while all the spirits gave a cheer that was heard in the lower world, where people said, "Hear the stars sing." "I will say there isn't any Santa Claus. I never will say there isn't any Santa Claus again. Now show me more. You will like to see this place, I think, and may learn something here, perhaps." The spirit smiled as he led the way to the little door through which Effie peeped into a world of dolls. Baby houses were in full blast, with dolls of all sorts going on like live people. Thank you so much, Arya. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. Oh, you had all of Twitch to choose from. You had one Twitch Prime to give to anyone in all of Twitch, and you chose this channel. Thank you so much, Arya. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. I don't want ads. Oh, thank you so much, Arya. Oh, that's so kind. Thank you for the kind words. And I'm so happy you're here. I'm so happy to see you. Oh. Okay. How many more pages? Oh, just 2. Okay. Working on a Christmas collage for my church, and it's so nice to hear you read a Christmas story while doing so. I love that. Oh, weird. All right. Thank you so much for trying, guys. I'm gonna go to the viewer rewards. Rewards, I think? No. Channel points. There we go. All right. Okay, I found it. All right. Cool. Thank you, Yodel. Next live stream, Nana reads live in a church. No. Let's see, where was I? Waxen ladies sat in their parlors, elegantly dressed. Black dolls cooked in the kitchens. Nurses walked out with the bits of dollies, and the streets were full of tin soldiers marching, wooden horses prancing, express wagons rumbling, and little men hurrying to and fro. Shops were there, and tiny people buying legs of mutton, pounds of tea, mites of clothes, and everything dolls use or wear or want. But presently she saw that in some ways the dolls improved upon the manners and customs of human beings, and she watched eagerly to learn why they did these things. A fine Paris doll, driving in her carriage, took up a black-worsted Dinah, who was hobbling along with a basket of clean clothes, and carried her to her journey's end as if it were the proper thing to do. Another interesting China lady took off her comfortable red cloak and put it round a poor wooden creature done up in a paper shift and so badly painted that its face would have sent some babies into fits. Seems to me I once knew a rich girl who didn't give her things to poor girls. I wish I could remember who she was and tell her to be as kind as that China doll, said Effie, much touched at the sweet way the pretty creature wrapped up the poor fright, and then ran off in her little gray gown to buy a shiny fowl stuck on a wooden platter for her invalid mother's dinner. We recall these things to people's minds by dreams. I think the girl you speak of won't forget this one. And the spirit smiled as if he enjoyed some joke which she did not see. A little bell rang as she looked, and away scampered the children into the red and green schoolhouse, with a roof that lifted up so one could see how nicely they sat at their desks with mites of books, or drew on the N-square blackboards with crumbs of chalk. They know their lessons very well and are still as mice. We make a great racket at our school and get bad marks every day. I shall tell the girls they had better mind what they do, or their dolls would be better scholars than they are, said Effie, much impressed as she peeped in and saw no rod in the hand of the little mistress, who looked up and shook her head at the intruder as if begging her to go away before the order of the school was disturbed. Effie retired at once, but could not resist one look in at the window of a fine mansion where the family were at dinner. The children behaved so well at table and never grumbled a bit, but their mamma said they could not have any more fruit. Now show me something else, she said, as they came again to the low door that led out of doll land. You have seen how we prepare for Christmas. Let me show you where we love best to send our good and happy gifts, answered the spirit, giving her his hand again. I know, I've seen ever so many, began Effie, thinking of her own Christmases. No, you have never seen what I will show you. Come away, and remember what you see tonight. Like a flash, that bright world vanished, and Effie found herself in a part of the city she had never seen before. It was far away from the gayer places, where every store was brilliant with lights and full of pretty things, and every house wore a festival air, while people hurried to and fro with merry greetings. It was down among the dingy streets where the poor lived, and where there was no making ready for Christmas. Hungry women looked in at the shabby shops, longing to buy meat and bread, but empty pockets forbade. Tipsy men drank up their wages in the bar rooms, and in many cold, dark chambers, little children huddled under the thin blankets, trying to forget their misery in sleep. No nice dinners filled the air with savory smells. No gay trees dropped toys and bonbons into eager hands. No little stockings hung in rows beside the chimney piece ready to be filled. No happy sounds of music, gay voices, and dancing feet were heard. And there were no signs of Christmas anywhere. Don't they have any in this place? Asked Effie, shivering as she held fast the spirit's hand, following where he led her. We come to bring it. Let me show you our best workers. And the spirit pointed to some sweet-faced men and women who came stealing into the poor houses working such beautiful miracles that Effie could only stand and watch. Some slipped money into empty pockets and sent the happy mothers to buy all the comforts they needed. Others led the drunken men out of temptation and took them home to find safer pleasures there. Fires were kindled on cold hearths, tables spread as if by magic, and warm clothes wrapped round shivering limbs. Flowers suddenly bloomed in the chambers of the sick. Old people found themselves remembered. Sad hearts were consoled by a tender word, and wicked ones softened by the story of him who forgave all sin. Yes, gay means happy. It is the old meaning of the word, not the newer one, which means homosexual. Yes, gay means happy in this context. What makes you believe Louisa wasn't in the closet? I mean, it's true. She never wanted to get married, so, you know. Hey, Boogeyman! Merry Christmas, Boogeyman. How you doing? Oh gosh, I need to sit better. Nope, words can only have one meaning. Okay, you heard it here. Typing, we're done with the 2-point hospital project. It's now time to do the actual achievement giving project. Ah, that's awesome. Oh, I can't wait to help with that. That's awesome. Oh, I see you've written that. Oh, and actually, we have Cassie who can come and join us. Oh, thank you, Boogeyman. Thank you. How are you doing on this fine Christmas day, Boogeyman? I hope you're good. I hope it's nice. It seems so relaxed to celebrate Christmas like you guys do. Like, we have it all happening on one day. But instead, you guys have, like, the actual celebration on the Christmas Eve, and then you just get to open presents on Christmas Day. I like it. I will say, though, I like having this day as just the day after Christmas. I like it. Doing well. Spoiling the kids. Nice. Yes, did you get any gifts? I think my favorite gift this year was a pair of mittens, actually. A pair of good mittens, and they are reflective. Given to me by my mother. I will use them when I'm going by bike in colder weather and darker time of day. Yes. Some new cologne. Nice. Oh, that's wonderful. Hubby and I are giving each other a new air fryer for Christmas. So we didn't actually give each other any presents. And then I got a gift that it just said it was from Santa. I'm like, okay. And it just had some scented candles. And turns out that was from hubby because he felt bad I didn't get to open any presents. So cute. Thank you so much for the lurk, Boogeyman. Have a wonderful, wonderful Christmas day. Oh, okay, where was I? Oh, this is where they give holiday cheer to the poor people. But the sweetest work was for the children, and Effie held her breath to watch these human fairies hang up and fill the little stockings, without which a child's Christmas is not perfect, putting in things that once she would have thought very humble presents, but which now seemed beautiful and precious because these poor babies had nothing. That is so beautiful. I wish I could make Merry Christmases as these good people do and be loved and thanked as they are, said Effie softly, as she watched the busy men and women do their work and steal away without thinking of any reward but their own satisfaction. You can if you will. I have shown you the way. Try it, and see how happy your own holiday will be thereafter. As he spoke, The spirit seemed to put his arms about her and vanished with a kiss. "Oh, stay and show me more," cried Effie, trying to hold him fast. "Darling, wake up and tell me why you are smiling in your sleep," said a voice in her ear, and opening her eyes, there was Mama bending over her and morning sunshine streaming into the room. "Are they all gone? Did you hear the bells? Wasn't it splendid?" she asked, rubbing her eyes and looking about her for the pretty child who was so real and sweet. "You have been dreaming at a great rate, talking in your sleep, laughing and clapping your hands as if you were cheering someone. Tell me what was so splendid," said Mama, smoothing the tumbled hair and lifting up the sleepy head. Then, while she was being dressed, Effie told her dream, and Nursey thought it very wonderful. But Mama smiled to see how curiously the things the child had thought, read, and heard, and seen through the day were mixed up in her sleep. "The spirit said I could work lovely miracles if I tried, but I don't know how to begin, for I have no magic candle to make feasts appear and light up groves of Christmas trees as he did," said Effie sorrowfully. "Yes, you have. We will do it. We will do it." And clapping her hands, Mama suddenly began to dance all over the room as if she had lost her wits. "How? How? You must tell me, Mama," cried Effie, dancing after her and ready to believe anything possible when she remembered the adventures of the past night. "I've got it! I've got it! The new idea! A splendid one if I can only carry it out!" And Mama waltzed the little girl round till her curls flew wildly in the air, while Nursey laughed as if she would die. "Tell me, tell me!" shrieked Effie. "No, no, it is a surprise, a grand surprise for Christmas Day," sung Mama, evidently charmed with her happy thoughts. "Now come to breakfast, for we must work like bees if we want to play spirits tomorrow. You and Nursey will go out shopping and get heaps of things, while I arrange matters behind the scenes." They were running downstairs as Mama spoke, and Effie called out breathlessly, "It won't be a surprise, for I know you are going to ask some poor children here and have a tree or something. It won't be like my dream, for they had ever so many trees and more children than we can find anywhere." "There will be no tree, no party, no dinner in this house at all, and no presents for you. Won't that be a surprise?" And Mama laughed at Effie's bewildered face. "Do it. I shall like it, I think, and I won't ask any questions, so it will all burst upon me when the time comes," she said. And she ate her breakfast thoughtfully, for this really would be a new sort of Christmas. All that morning, Effie trotted after Nursey in and out of shops, buying dozens of barking dogs, woolly lambs, and squeaking birds, tiny tea sets, gay picture books, mittens and hoods, dolls, and candy. Parcel after parcel was sent home, but when Effie returned, she saw no trace of them, though she peeped everywhere. Nursey chuckled but wouldn't give a hint, and went out again in the afternoon with a long list of more things to buy, while Effie wandered forlornly about the house, missing the usual merry stir that went before the Christmas dinner and the evening fun. As for Mama, she was quite invisible all day, and came in at night so tired that she could only lie on the sofa to rest, smiling as if some very pleasant thought made her happy in spite of weariness. "Is the surprise going on all right?" asked Effie anxiously, for it seemed an immense time to wait till another evening came. "Beautifully. Better than I expected, for several of my good friends are helping, or I couldn't have done it as I wish. I know you will like it, dear, and long remember this new way of making Christmas merry." Mama gave her a very tender kiss, and Effie went to bed. Curiouser and curiouser. Air fryer oven is awesome. It is. I love a good air fryer. Our current one is just, so bad. It's too small, and it's heating things up unevenly now, so it's time for a new one. Yeah, ours is the same, Trillo. Ours is the same. Not exactly sure how an air fryer works, but it sounds like a good gift. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. have we arrived at the Christmas day? All right, 2.5 pages left. Let's see what this brings. The next day was a very strange one, for when she woke, there was no stocking to examine, no pile of gifts under her napkin. No one said Merry Christmas to her, and the dinner was just as usual to her. Mama vanished again, and Nursey kept wiping her eyes and saying, "The dear things, it's the prettiest idea I ever heard of. No one but your blessed ma could have done it." "Do stop, Nursey, or I shall go crazy because I don't know the secret," cried Effie more than once, and she kept her eye on the clock, for at 7 in the evening, the surprise was to come off. The longed-for hour arrived at last, and the child was too excited to ask questions when Nurse put on her cloak and hood, led her to the carriage, and they drove away, leaving their house the one dark and silent one in the row. "I feel like the girls in the fairy tales were led off to strange places and see fine things," said Effie in a whisper as they jingled through the gay streets. "Ah, my dearie, it is like a fairy tale, I do assure you, and you will see finer things than most children will tonight. Steady now, and just do as I tell you, and don't say one word, whatever you see," answered Nursey, quite quivering with excitement as she patted a large box in her lap and nodded and laughed with twinkling eyes. They drove into a dark yard, and Effie was led through a back door to a little room where Nurse coolly proceeded to take off not only her cloak and hood, but her dress and her shoes also. Effie stared and bit her lips, but kept still until out of the box came a little white fur coat and boots, a wreath of holly leaves and berries, and a candle with a frill of gold paper around it. A long "Oh!" escaped her, and when she was dressed and saw herself in the glass, she started back, exclaiming, "Why, Nursey, I look like the spirit in my dream." "So you do, and that's the part you are to play, my pretty. Now wait while I bind your eyes and put you in your place." "Shall I be afraid?" whispered Effie, full of wonder, for as they went out, she heard the sound of many voices, the tramp of many feet, and, in spite of the bandage, was sure a great light shone upon her when she stopped. "You needn't be. I shall stand close by, and your ma will be there." After the handkerchief was tied about her eyes, Nurse led Effie up some steps and placed her on a high platform where something like leaves touched her head, and the soft snap of lamps seemed to fill the air. Music began as soon as Nurse clapped her hands. The voice outside sounded nearer, and the tramp was evidently coming up the stairs. The tramp? "Now, my precious, look and see how you and your dear ma have made a Merry Christmas for them that needed it." Off went the bandage, and for a minute, Effie really did think she was asleep again, for she actually stood in a grove of Christmas trees, all gay and shining as in her vision. 12 on a side, in 2 rows down the room, stood the little pines, each on its low table, and behind Effie, a taller one rose to the roof, hung with wreaths of popcorn, apples, oranges, horns of candy, and cakes of all sorts, from sugary hearts to gingerbread jumbos. On the smaller trees, she saw many of her own discarded toys and those Nursey bought, as well as heaps that seemed to have rained down straight from that delightful Christmas country where she felt as if she was again. "How splendid! Who is it for? What is that noise? Where's Mama?" cried Effie, pale with pleasure and surprise as she stood looking down the brilliant little street from her high place. Before Nurse could answer, the doors at the lower end flew open, and in marched 24 little blue-gowned orphan girls, singing sweetly, until amazement changed the songs to cries of joy and wonder as the shining spectacle appeared. While they stood staring with round eyes at the wilderness of pretty things about them, Mama stepped up beside Effie, and holding her hand fast to give her courage, told the story of the dream in a few simple words, ending in this way. So, my little girl wanted to be a Christmas spirit too, and make this a happy day for those who had not as much pleasures and comforts as she has. She likes surprises, and we planned this for you all. She shall play the good fairy and give each of you something from this tree, after which everyone will find their own name on a small tree and can go to enjoy it in her own way. March by, my dears, and let us fill your hands. Nobody told them to do it, but all the hands were clapped heartily before a single child stirred. Then one by one, they came to look up wonderingly at the pretty giver of the feast as she leaned down to offer them great yellow oranges, red apples, bunches of grapes, bonbons and cakes, till all were gone. And a double row of smiling faces turned toward her as the children filed back to their places in the orderly way they had been taught. Then each was led to her own tree by the good ladies who had helped Mamma with all their hearts. And the happy hubbub that arose would have satisfied even Santa Claus himself. Shrieks of joy, dances of delight, laughter and tears, for some tender little things could not bear so much pleasure at once, and sobbed with mouthfuls of candy and handfuls of toys. How they ran to show one another the new treasures. How they peeped and tasted, pulled and pinched, until the air was full of queer noises, the floor covered with papers, and the little trees left bare of all but candles. I don't think heaven can be any gooder than this, sighed one small girl, as she looked about her in a blissful maze, holding her full apron with one hand, while she luxuriously carried sugar plums to her mouth with the other. Is that a true angel up there? Asked another, fascinated by the little white figure with a wreath on its shining hair, who in some mysterious way had been the cause of all this merrymaking. I wish I dared to go and kiss her for the splendid party, said a lame child, leaning on her crutch as she stood near the steps, wondering how it seemed to sit in a mother's lap, as Effie was doing, while she watched the happy scene before her. Effie heard her, and remembering Tiny Tim, ran down and put her arms about the pale child, kissing the wistful face as she said sweetly, You may, but Mamma deserved the thanks. She did it all. I only dreamed about it. Lame Katie felt as if a truly angel was embracing her, and could only stammer out her thanks, while the other children ran to see the pretty spirit and touched her soft dress, until she stood in a crowd of blue gowns laughing as they held her up their gifts for her to see and admire. Mamma leaned down and whispered one word to the older girls, and suddenly they all took hands to dance round Effie, singing as they skipped. It was a pretty sight, and the ladies found it hard to break up the happy revel, but it was late for small people, and too much fun is a mistake. So the girls fell into line and marched before Effie and Mamma again to say good night with such little grateful faces that the eyes of those who looked grew dim with tears. Mamma kissed everyone, and many a hungry childish heart felt as if the touch of those tender lips was their best gift. Effie shook so many small hands that her own tingled, and when Katie came, she pressed a small doll into Effie's hand, whispering, You didn't have a single present. We had lots. Do keep that. It's the prettiest thing I got. I will, answered Effie, and held it fast until the last smiling face was gone. The surprise all over, and she safe in her own bed, too tired and happy for anything but sleep. Mamma, it was a beautiful surprise, and I thank you so much. I don't see how you did it, but I like it best of all the Christmases I ever had, and mean to make one every year. I had my splendid big present, and here is the dear little one to keep for love of poor Katie. So even that part of my wish came true. and Effie fell asleep with a happy smile on her lips, her one humble gift still in her hand, and a new love for Christmas in her heart that never changed through a long life spent in doing good. And that was A Christmas Dream and How It Came True by Louisa May Alcott. I loved it. Oh, I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. It was beautiful. Redund. Hello, Redund. How are you? Merry Christmas. Yes, Nana is wearing a hat. Do you like it? Thank you for being here, Corvus. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I do think that the water is catching up with me now, so I might... Oh, excuse me. I might go and take a bio break. Maybe get something to eat. And be back. Improving. Spent this Christmas... No! Redund, I'm so sorry. Oh, you poor thing. Are you feeling better? I dropped the lid. 2 seconds. Old woman noises. You even got snow. Yes, you did. I mean, I don't know if it snowed where you are actually at, but you got it in here. The dog and cat has been lovely. Oh, they're supposed to be attached. Not in my house. No. As soon as anyone else has these things, they rip off the lid. Yes, I hope you feel better soon, Redund. I'm happy you're here. We're just having a little cozy Christmas reading stream. Excuse me. And another one. There we go. Okay. Oh, and Trillo, if you're still here, I don't know if you've Cassie on your friends list, but you can invite her as well, if and you want to. Oh, bye, good to speak. Okay, I really do think that I need a bio break, so I'm just gonna do that. This is a chair stream. Oh, and the 2 point, I've closed the game down again. Okay. All right. See you soon, guys. I'm just gonna let the crackling fire, since I have something going on with the mixer again. I can't really play any music, so I'm just gonna let this be for now. BRB. Okay, I am back. Oh goodness, excuse me. There we go. There I am. It's sleeping on your right foot. Oh, Modern Poet. Oh, I hope I didn't miss you. Oh, it was like, what, 4 minutes ago? Modern Poet, thank you so much. I don't know if you can still hear me, but... Oh, Modern Poet is here. Merry Christmas. Happy Christmas Day. I have to go real quick. Don't you worry about it. Have a great day. Thank you for stopping by. Everyone say hi to Modern Poet. They're lovely. Same to you. Have a wonderful Christmas day. And I hope to see you again more soon. Oh my goodness. Oh, I got to say hi to Modern Poet. I'm so happy. Okay. Instead of like just humming regular stuff, I should do Christmas songs. So wait, is Modern Poet Mr. Pete? That's actually funny enough. Oh, are you kidding? Yes. Mr. Pete. It's either Mr. Pete or Roman. Because they're the twin-headed pug dragon that is Modern Poet. Okay. So, I got a different one for you now. It's called The Three Kings by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. It's very short, but it's like... It's a rhyme. I don't know if it's like... Okay, it's a bit more Christianity themed. I just liked it because it was short, but maybe that is too Christian themed. Nothing wrong with being a Christian, it's just that I'm not. There is also a... No, Corvus. There's also... There's one called Betty's Bright Idea by Harriet Beecher Stowe. There's a Kidnapped Santa Claus by L. Frank Baum. Okay, we got some short. Lucy Maud Montgomery, Shut the Front Door. Isn't that the same author who wrote Anne of Green Gables? We're still ending with that one? Yep, okay. All right. I think I'm gonna read A Kidnapped Santa Claus by L. Frank Baum. Baum. I don't know how you say that in English, like bomb? Baum. Let's see, page 531. Okay. All right. This story is called A Kidnapped Santa Claus by L. Frank Baum. Santa Claus lives in the Laughing Valley, where stands the big rambling castle in which his toys are manufactured. His workmen, selected from the rills, nooks, and pixies and fairies, live with him and everyone is as busy as can be from one year's end to the other. It is called the Laughing Valley because everything there is happy and gay. The brook chuckles to itself as it leaps rollicking between its green banks. The wind whistles merrily in the trees. The sunbeams dance lightly over the soft grass, and the violets and wild flowers look smilingly up from their green nests. To laugh, one needs to be happy. To be happy, one needs to be content. And throughout the Laughing Valley of Santa Claus, contentment reigns supreme. On one side is the mighty forest of Burzee. At the other side stands the huge mountain that contains the caves of the Daemons, and between them the valley lies smiling and peaceful. One would think that our good old Santa Claus, who devotes his days to making children happy, would have no enemies on all the earth. And as a matter of fact, for a long period of time, he encountered nothing but love wherever he might go. But the Daemons who live in the mountains caves grew to hate Santa Claus very much, and all for the simple reason that he made children happy. The caves of the Daemons are 5 in number. A broad pathway leads up to the first cave, which is a finely arched cavern at the foot of the mountain, the entrance being beautifully carved and decorated. In it resides the Daemon of Selfishness. Back of this is another cavern inhabited by the Daemon of Envy. The cave of the Daemon of Hatred is next in order, and through this one passes to the home of the Daemon of Malice, situated in a dark and fearful cave in the very heart of the mountain. I do not know what lies beyond this. Some say there are terrible pitfalls leading to death and destruction, and this may very well be true. However, from each one of the 4 caves mentioned, there is a small, narrow tunnel leading to the 5th cave, a cozy little room occupied by the Daemon of Repentance. And as the rocky floors of these passages are well known by the track of passing feet, I judge that many wanderers in the cave of the Daemons have escaped through the tunnels to the abode of the Daemon of Repentance, who is said to be a pleasant sort of fellow, who gladly opens for one a little door admitting you into fresh air and sunshine again. Well, these Daemons of the caves, thinking they had great cause to dislike old Santa Claus, held a meeting one day to discuss the matter. "I'm getting really lonesome," said the Daemon of Selfishness, "for Santa Claus distributes so many pretty Christmas gifts to all the children that they become happy and generous through his example and keep away from my cave." "I'm having the same trouble," rejoined the Daemon of Envy. "The little ones seem content with Santa Claus, and there are few indeed that I can coax to become envious." "And that makes it bad for me," declared the Daemon of Hatred. "For if no children pass through the caves of Selfishness and Envy, none can get to my cavern." "Or to mine," added the Daemon of Malice. "For my part," said the Daemon of Repentance, "it is easily seen that if children do not visit your caves, they have no need to visit mine, so that I am quite as neglected as you are. And all because of this person they call Santa Claus," exclaimed the Daemon of Envy. "He is simply ruining our business, and something must be done at once." "Hi, Moon. Merry Christmas." "Oh, it's lovely to see you. Welcome in. I'm happy to see you. How are you doing today? How was uppesittarkvällen? Elf Bank Bong. Oh, thank you, Mooney. You're always so sweet. Actually, can I take this moment to grab my blanket? I think it fell down while I was getting up, so I'm just gonna get it. there it is. Okay. Old woman noises. My Christmas was lovely, Moon. I wish we had some games or something, because we always just sit around and talk. Which gets old after a while. If you know them well enough, you know. But, it was lovely. Yeah. We had presents. Andy, at the tender age of 16, is still being like, can we open the presents now? Can we just open them? Can we open them? And then as soon as we had eaten and the presents were open, it's like, can we go home? The Conjuring 4. My goodness. Yes, I has blanket. I has blanket now. Redund has been sick, Moon. Isn't that sad? So I has blanket now. Okay. You has 1 foot blanket. Pupper on 1 foot. Nah, nice. So did you win anything at Uppesittarkvällen? Oh, Pupper on the foot. That's so cute. 10 euros? I mean, you know, probably spent more on the tickets, but okay. If you're just joining us, guys, I am streaming a quiet little Christmas Day stream, just reading Christmas stories. So if you're here, thank you for being here. If you want to say hi, you can absolutely say hi. I will get to it eventually. And if you don't even worry about it. Not a zip, none. Oh, bought a new one for the New Year's. Okay. All right, cool. Hope you win something there. Yes, something must be done at once, said the Daemon of Envy. And to this they readily agreed, but what to do was another and more difficult matter to settle. They knew that Santa Claus worked all through the year at his castle in the Laughing Valley, preparing the gifts he was to distribute on Christmas Eve, and at first they resolved to try and tempt him into their caves, that they might lead him on to the terrible pitfalls that ended in destruction. So the very next day, while Santa Claus was busily at work, surrounded by his little band of assistants, the Daemon of Selfishness came to him and said, "These toys are wonderfully bright and pretty. Why do you not keep them for yourself? It's a pity to give them to those noisy boys and fretful girls who break and destroy them so quickly." "Nonsense!" cried the old graybeard, his bright eyes twinkling merrily as he turned towards the tempting Daemon. "The boys and girls are never so noisy and fretful after receiving my presents, and if I can make them happy for one day in the year, I am quite content." So the Daemon went back to the others, who awaited him in their caves, and said, "I have failed, for Santa Claus is not selfish." The following day, the Daemon of Envy visited Santa Claus. Said he, "The toy shops are full of playthings quite as pretty as those you're making. What a shame it is that they should interfere with your business. They make toys by machinery much quicker than you can make them by hand, and they sell them for money, while you get nothing at all for your hard work." But Santa Claus refused to be envious of the toy shops. "I can supply the little ones but once a year, on Christmas Eve," he answered, "for the children are many and I am but one. And as my work is one of love and kindness, I would be ashamed to receive money for my little gifts. But throughout all the year, the children must be amused in some way, and so the toy shops are able to bring them much happiness to my little friends. I like the toy shops, and I am glad to see them prosper." In spite of the second rebuff, the Daemon of Hatred thought he would try to influence Santa Claus. So the next day he entered the busy workshop and said, "Good morning, Santa. I have bad news for you." "Then run away like a good fellow," answered Santa Claus. "Bad news is something that should be kept secret and never told." "You cannot escape this, however," declared the Daemon. For in the world are a good many who do not believe in Santa Claus, and these you are bound to hate bitterly, since they have so wronged you." "Stuff and rubbish!" cried Santa. "And there are others who resent your making children happy, and who sneer at you, and call you a foolish old rattlepail. You are quite right to hate such base slanderers, and you ought to be revenged upon them for their evil words." "But I don't hate them!" exclaimed Santa Claus positively. "Such people do me no real harm, but merely render themselves and their children unhappy. Poor things. I'd much rather help them any day than injure them." He did say that, Mooney. He did say. Oh, that's lovely, Moon. Brother Moon is nice. Indeed, the Damons could not tempt old Santa Claus in any way. On the contrary, he was shrewd enough to see that their object in visiting him was to make mischief and trouble, and his cheery laughter disconcerted the evil ones and showed to them the folly of such an undertaking. So they abandoned honeyed words and determined to use force. It was well known that no harm can come to Santa Claus while he is in the Laughing Valley, for the fairies and Ryls and Nooks all protect him. But on Christmas Eve, he drives his reindeer out into the big world, carrying a sleigh load of toys and pretty gifts to the children. And this was the time and the occasion when his enemies had the best chance to injure him. So the Damons laid their plans and awaited the arrival of Christmas Eve. The moon shone big and white in the sky, and the snow lay crisp and sparkling on the ground as Santa Claus cracked his whip and sped away out of the valley into the great world beyond. The roomy sleigh was packed full with huge sacks of toys, and as the reindeer dashed onward, our jolly old Santa laughed and whistled and sang for very joy. For in all his merry life, this was the one day in the year when he was happiest, the day he lovingly bestowed the treasure of his workshop upon the little children. It would be a busy night for him, he well knew. As he whistled and shouted and cracked his whip again, he reviewed in mind all the towns and cities and farmhouses where he was expected, and figured that he had just enough presents to go around and make every child happy. The reindeer knew exactly what was expected of them, and dashed along so swiftly that their feet scarcely seemed to touch the snow-covered ground. Suddenly, a strange thing happened. A rope shot through the moonlight, and a big news was in the end of it, settled over the arms and body of Santa Claus and drew tight. Before he could even resist or even cry out, he was jerked from the seat of the sleigh and tumbled head foremost into a snowbank, while the reindeer rushed onward with a load of toys and carried it quickly out of sight and sound. Such a surprising experience confused old Santa for a moment, and when he had collected his senses, he found that the wicked Damon had pulled him from the snowdrift and bound him tightly with many coils of the stout rope. And then they carried the kidnapped Santa Claus away to their mountain, where they thrust the prisoner into a secret cave and chained him to the rocky wall so he could not escape. "Ha ha!" laughed the Damons, rubbing their hands together with cruel glee. "What will the children do now? How will they cry? How they will cry and scold and storm when they find there are no toys in their stockings and no gifts on their Christmas trees. And what a lot of punishment they will receive from their parents, and how they will flock to our caves of selfishness and envy and hatred and malice. We have done a mighty clever thing, we Damons of the caves." Now it so chanced that on this Christmas Eve, the good Santa had taken with him in his sleigh Nooter the Rill, Peter the Nook, Kilter the Pixie, and a small fairy named Whisk, his 4 favorite assistants. These little people he had often found very useful in helping him to distribute his gifts to the children, and when their master was so suddenly dragged from the sleigh, they were all snugly tucked underneath the seat, where the sharp wind could not reach them. The tiny immortals knew nothing of the capture of Santa Claus until some time after he had disappeared. But finally, they missed his cheery voice, and as their master always sang or whistled on his journeys, the silence warned them that something was wrong. Little Whisk stuck out his head from underneath the seat and found Santa Claus gone and no one to direct the flight of the reindeer. "Whoa!" he called out, and the deer obediently slackened speed and came to a halt. Peter and Nooter and Kilter all jumped upon the seat and looked back over the track made by the sleigh, but Santa Claus had been left miles and miles behind. "What shall we do?" asked Whisk anxiously, all the mirth and mischief banished from his wee face by this great calamity. "We must go back at once and find our master," said Nooter the Rill, who was thought and spoke with much deliberation. "No, no," exclaimed Peter the Nook, who, cross and crabbed though he was, might always be dependent upon in an emergency. "If we delay or go back there will not be in time to get the toys to the children before morning. And what would grieve Santa Claus more than anything else? It is certain that some wicked creatures have captured him," added Kilter thoughtfully, "and their object must be to make the children unhappy. So, our first duty is to get the toys distributed as carefully as if Santa Claus were himself present. Afterward, we can search for our master and easily secure his freedom." They stole a church vase from a grave, Moon. That is low. And I do believe we get to say that they are indeed butt munchers. Yes. I'm very sorry that happened, Moon. Not the visiting. The stealing is an a-hole thing to do. Faux show. Faux show. That is terribly, terribly rude and quite a bit upsetting, actually. Were you able to get another one? I think I know which one you're talking about. It's like a pointy that you could stick it in the ground so that it will stand upright. I think I know which one you mean. It's so strange. Yeah, no, that's just wrong. That's just wrong, Moon. Okay. This seemed such good and sensible advice that the others at once resolved to adopt it. So Peter the Nook called to the reindeer, and the faithful animals again sprang forward and dashed over hill and valley, through forest and plain, until they came to the houses wherein children lay sleeping and dreaming of the pretty gifts they would find on Christmas morning. The little immortals had set themselves a difficult task, for although they had assisted Santa Claus on many of his journeys, their master had always directed and guided them and told them exactly what he wished them to do. But now they had to distribute the toys according to their own judgment, and they did not understand children as well as did old Santa. So it is no wonder they made some laughable errors. Mamie Brown, who wanted a doll, got a drum instead. And a drum is of no use to a girl who loves dolls. And Charlie Smith, who delights to romp and play out of doors, and who wanted some new rubber boots to keep his feet dry, received a sewing box filled with colored worsteds and threads and needles, which made him so provoked that he thoughtlessly called our dear Santa Claus a fraud. Had there been many such mistakes, the daemons would have accomplished their evil purpose and made the children unhappy. But the little friends of the absent Santa Claus labored faithfully and intelligently to carry out their master's ideas, and they made fewer errors than might be expected under such unusual circumstances. And although they worked as swiftly as possible, day had begun to break before the toys and other presents were all distributed. So for the first time in many years, the reindeer trotted into the Laughing Valley on their return in broad daylight, with a brilliant sun peeping over the edge of the forest to prove they were far behind their accustomed hours. Having put the deer in the stable, the little folk began to wonder how they might rescue their master, and they realized they must discover, first of all, what had happened to him and where he was. So Whisk the Fairy transported himself to the bower of the Fairy Queen, which was located deep in the heart of the forest of Burzee, and once there, it did not take him long to find out all about the naughty daemons and how they had kidnapped the good Santa Claus to prevent his making children happy. The Fairy Queen also promised her assistance, and then, fortified by this powerful support, Whisk flew back over to where Neuter and Peter and Kilter awaited him, and the four counseled together and laid plans to rescue their master from his enemies. Oh, Corvus. Otherwise, Christmas was alright. Christmas's mom's place was good. Still missing hubby. Got leftovers with you home. I got that too. I got gravad lax. Got some salmon. I think I'm gonna make some potatoes and eat that with the sauce. Jag har mesta sauce. Breakdown after visiting Old Pepper's grave yesterday, but Small Pepper made all good. I'm so sorry, Redund. Apart from being sick. Yes, what exactly is ailing you, Redund? Or is it a cold? Stomach flu? What? Bad cough and headaches. That sucks. I'm really sorry, Redund. No fever, luckily. That is good. That is good. Glass can be half full at that, you know? Excuse me. You're turning 40 next year? Oh, I would love to come to your 40th birthday party. I don't even know where you live. I think you might have told me once, but I can't remember. You're also turning 40 next year? Hello. 2 more people. Hey, Aria, if you're still there, we get 2 more people to the 40s club. That's awesome. Wait, is it 86? Oh my gosh. 1986. And I shall be turning 43. April 28th. I'll keep you updated. Okay. If I'm able to. I mean, I'm not sure how I'm gonna be able to do all the things I want to do. I've stopped counting at 24, so I still see myself as 24. Oh, that's adorable. Shut your pie hole, Erzai. Okay? It's adorable. Yes. We're going to, now I feel like I have to pipe up, so we have a third nearly 40-year-old. Oh my gosh, Tara. Hi, Merry Christmas. If I did that, I'd be hogging all the pie. That is true. That is true. But yes, Tara, you were born in 1986. That's true. You're 3 years younger than me. Oh my goodness me. But your birthday is in, I want to say, October? Is that right? Oh, I can't remember. Fall is in September. Trillo's is coming up. Kia Phil's birthday is today. Arya is mid-November. Oh my gosh. October 18. Yes, got it. Bunch of oldies in here. I know, right? I don't get the younger crowd anymore. I get the middle-aged people. Glædelig jul. God jul. It's more like, I just say glædelig, but it's more like glædelig jul. I can't do the October 22nd. Look at you. I'm still bummed I couldn't make it to America for Arya's 40th birthday. I was invited. It would have been great. Actually, I realized something the other day. I have 3 good friends living in roughly the same part in America. So we have Mimic, who lives in San Antonio. We have Zaza, who lives, I don't know if he's ever said, so I'm just going to say a city close by. And we have Arya in Austin. Oh my gosh, the name just flew out of my head. In Austin. So I could visit 3 of my favorite people. Just like that. Feel like I'm a baby. I'm an 89 baby. Oh, babyface gamer. Turning 37 next year. Deja vu, I've heard this before. What? Mooney says, hey, Tara, Arizad, and Arya. Yeah, I really wanted to go, Arya. I really wanted to go for your birthday. You know, I'm going to Denmark once next year. I am going to Amsterdam. I'm going to DerpCon. And I'm going to a Christmas market. So, yeah, going to quite a few places. How was your Christmas, Tara? Tara says, hey, Arizat, Yodel, and Moon. Hope you're all having good holidays this year. Yes, I hope everyone is. Or, you know, had if you celebrated it yesterday. It was good. It was chill. So happy I don't have anything to do today. Yeah, that's the upside of doing it all on the Christmas Eve. I kind of like that. While it's charming and it's a part of Christmas for me, those who celebrated on the 25th don't get the, can we open the presents now? Can we open the presents now? Can we open the presents now? What about now? What about now? What about now? What about now? They don't have that on the 24th because they know that kids are going to wake up early in the morning and then they can rip into their presents, literally. But it is kind of nice to have this day kind of just off, you know? Meeting back up with family tomorrow. Okay. Trillo still owes me a Legoland trip? Why does she owe you one? Has she promised? Have you made a promise, Trillo, and not kept it? Okay. All right. So, A Kidnapped Santa Claus by L. Frank Baum. Okay. I just found where I was again. Mowawa. It is possible that Santa Claus was not as merry as usual during the night that succeeded his capture. For although he had faith in the judgment of his little friends, he could not avoid a certain amount of worry, and an anxious look would creep at times into his kind old eyes as he thought of the disappointment that might await his dear little children. And the daemons who guarded him by turns, one after another, did not neglect to taunt him with contemptuous words in his helpless condition. When Christmas Day dawned, the Daemon of Malice was guarding the prisoner, and his tongue was sharper than that of any of the others. "The children are waking up, Santa," he cried. "They're waking up to find their stockings empty. Ho ho! How they will quarrel and wail and stamp their feet in anger. Our caves will be full today, old Santa. Our caves are sure to be full." But to this, as to other like taunts, Santa Claus answered nothing. He was much grieved by his capture, it is true, but his courage did not forsake him. And finding that the prisoner would not reply to his jeers, the Daemon of Malice presently went away and sent the Daemon of Repentance to take his place. This last personage was not so disagreeable as the others. He had gentle and refined features, and his voice was soft and pleasant in tone. "My brother Daemons do not trust me overmuch," said he as he entered the cavern. "But it is morning now, and the mischief is done. You cannot visit the children again for another year." "That is true," answered Santa Claus almost cheerfully. "Christmas Eve is past, and for the first time in centuries I have not visited my children." "The little ones will be greatly disappointed," murmured the Daemon of Repentance almost regretfully. "But that cannot be helped now. Their grief is likely to make the children selfish and envious and hateful, and if they come to the caves of the Daemons today, I shall get a chance to lead some of them to my cave of repentance." "Do you ever repent yourself?" asked Santa Claus curiously. "Oh, yes, indeed," answered the Daemon. "I am even now repenting that I assisted in your capture. Of course, it is too late to remedy the evil that has been done, but repentance, you know, can only come after an evil thought or deed, for in the beginning there is nothing to repent of." "So I understand," said Santa Claus. "Those who avoid evil need never visit your cave." "As a rule, that is true," replied the Daemon. "Yet you who have done no evil are about to visit my cave at once, for to prove that I sincerely regret my share in your capture, I am going to permit you to escape." This speech greatly surprised the prisoner, until he reflected that it was just what might be expected of the Daemon of Repentance. The fellow at once busied himself untying the knots that bound Santa Claus and unlocking the chains that fastened him to the wall. Then he led the way through a long tunnel until they both emerged in the Cave of Repentance. "I hope you will forgive me," said the Daemon pleadingly. "I am not really a bad person, you know, and I believe I accomplish a great deal of good in the world." With this, he opened a back door that let in a flood of sunshine, and Santa Claus sniffed the fresh air gratefully. "I bear no malice," said he to the Daemon in a gentle voice. "I am sure the world would be a dreary place without you. So, good morning, and a Merry Christmas to you." Hi, Balti. Merry Christmas. Hope you're having a good Christmas day. With these words, he stepped out to greet the bright morning, and a moment later he was trudging along, whistling softly to himself on his way to his home in the Laughing Valley. Marching over the snow toward the mountain was a vast army made up of the most curious creatures imaginable. There were numberless nooks from the forest, as rough and crooked in appearance as the gnarled branches of the trees they ministered to, and there were dainty rills from the fields, each one bearing the emblem of the flower or plant it guarded. Behind these were many ranks of pixies, gnomes, and nymphs, and in the rear 1,000 beautiful fairies floated along in a gorgeous array. This wonderful army was led by Whisk, Peter, Neuter, and Kilter, who had assembled it to rescue Santa Claus from captivity and to punish the Daemons who had dared to take him away from his beloved children. And although they looked so bright and peaceful, The little immortals were armed with powers that would be very terrible to those who had incurred their anger. Woe to the daemons of the caves if this mighty army of vengeance ever met them. But lo, coming to meet his loyal friends, appeared the imposing form of Santa Claus, his white beard floating in the breeze, and his bright eyes sparkling with pleasure at this proof of the love and veneration he had inspired in the hearts of the most powerful creatures in existence. And while they clustered around him and danced with glee at his safe return, he gave them earnest thanks for their support. But Whisk and Neuter and Peter and Kilter he embraced affectionately. "It is useless to pursue the daemons," said Santa Claus to the army. "They have their place in the world and can never be destroyed. But that is a great pity nevertheless," he continued musingly. So the fairies and nooks and pixies and rills all escorted the good man to his castle, and there left him to talk over the events of the night with his little assistants. Whisk had already rendered himself invisible and flown through the big world to see how the children were getting along on this bright Christmas morning. And by the time he returned, Peter had finished telling Santa Claus of how they had distributed the toys. "We really did very well," cried the fairy in a pleased voice, "for I found little unhappiness among the children this morning. Still, you must not get captured again, my dear master, for we might not be so fortunate another time in carrying out your ideas." He then related the mistakes that had been made, in which he had not discovered until his tour of inspection. And Santa Claus at once sent him with rubber boots for Charlie Smith and a doll for Mamie Brown, so that even those two disappointed ones became happy. As for the wicked daemons of the caves, they were filled with anger and chagrin when they found that their clever capture of Santa Claus had come to naught. Indeed, no one on that Christmas day appeared to be at all selfish or envious or hateful. And realizing that while the children's saint had so many powerful friends, it was folly to oppose him, the daemons never again attempted to interfere with his journey on Christmas Eve. And that was A Kidnapped Santa Claus by L. Frank Baum. Cute, very cute. Repent, the end is nigh. Oh my gosh. Tara, I'm actually at Omega now in Mass Effect 2. I can't believe I'm going to hear that soon. Ding dong, verily the sky is riven with angels singing Gloria. What to read next? Oh my goodness me, time flies. All right. Wonder if I have time. There is one called The Gift of the Magi by O. Henry. O. Henry. Then there is The Christmas Surprise at Enderley Road. Okay. Is that even a thing, Erzad, the Die Hard book? Send it to me and I will read it. I make you a promise. I will read it. If there is such a book and you send that to me, I will read it. There are actually 2 stories by L.M. Montgomery. And Lucy Maud Montgomery is among my favorite authors because she wrote Anne of Green Gables. And Anne of Green Gables is such a wonderful, cute, and funny and sweet and just amazing story. Oh, I love it so much. I read it when I was a child, and I can read it again today and love it. Hi, Jade. Welcome in. Thank you so much. And Merry Christmas. Happy Christmas Day. Let's see. Where can the story start? Okay. All right. I have 2 more stories and then I'll be done for today. My hair indeed, yes. It's different. Thank goodness. You know what, guys? I had a different armchair that I found. It was red. It was not good. Red, 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 and red. Thankfully not red. It is long, yeah. Usually I curl it. This is second day curls, but when I curl it, it usually goes up to like here. I would say it's down to here now, but there's still some curls in it. I'm red. La 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 la. Thank you, Jade. How are you? How's your Christmas been? My Christmas was very nice. It's so funny because I grew up with, oh, thank you, Arizat. That's very kind of you. I grew up with, I think we were 5 or 6 families. Those were my relatives on my father's side. And actually my grandparents on my mother's side used to join us. And so it was loud and lots of children. I think we were 9 or 10 children in total, with me and my brother being the 2 oldest. And oh gosh, we had so much fun. And like the older cousins took care of a little bit of the younger cousins, and it was just always very loud, which I didn't always like. But you know, I could go away with my cousin closest to my age. We could hang out and play or talk, depending on how old we were. And so that's how I grew up. So very, very loud, big. I mean, you could sometimes, it felt like you could barely see the tree for all the presents. So it was a lot. And we didn't have that as I got older, because when my paternal grandparents died, that kind of went away, and there was a rift in the family on my father's side. So the last Christmas I had like that was 2014. My grandmother was still alive. Everyone was on their best behavior. There had already started to be some rifts, but everyone knew it was the last Christmas with Grandma because she was sick. And we had that big Christmas, and Andy got to experience that. He was so young though. But after that, it's been me, my husband and son, and then my parents and brother. And that's it. And it's very different, and I'm still getting used to it. But so it was a quiet Christmas, wonderful food. I made gingerbread cookies. They were very appreciated. I was proud. And we watched, I know this is going to sound silly, but we watched Donald Duck. It's a weird thing Swedes do every Christmas. I love it. It's like the cartoons are dubbed to Swedish very badly sometimes. I love that too, because it's part of my childhood. If you're not Swedish, and sometimes even if you're Swedish, you don't get it. I didn't make houses, Jade, of the gingerbread cookies. I just made, just usual cookies, regular cookies. But they turned out so good. And I got them to be so thin that they were kind of just like had the right crunch or crispiness to it without them being too crunchy. If you know what I mean? Like they weren't hard. They were just like, they fell apart in the right way when chewing them. I don't know how else to explain it. Men snowflakes and holly cookies. Tend to be out walking the dog after the Christmas dinner, and that's when Kalle goes, oh. Well, we always meet up like 2:30, 2:45. and then we watch Donald Duck, and after that we have our dinner. You know, it's just how we do it. Finishing sewing. What are you up to, Bolty? But yeah, I made little hearts. I made little stars. I made the gingerbread man. I made the gingerbread woman. And I think that's... No, I also made like the one with the like little round edges, half moon edges all around it. I made that one too. We eat first, watch after. Okay, all right. You know what? In some ways, that would be better redone because then you actually get a break between all the food. So I would love if we could have like the herring and stuff at 1 and then eat for an hour. Actually, maybe at 2. So we eat for an hour and then we watch something for an hour and then we have the rest of the food. But yeah. You made some stars too? Nice. I'm actually going to make some more gingerbread cookies today because we're having people over tomorrow. Should be nice. Oh, I'm glad you ate something, Moon, and feel better. Yeah, I hope it goes away completely, what Redone said. But yeah, I remember going back to Christmas because I'm very much Christmas themed today. I remember before, way before I understood about Santa Claus, ironically, my aunt was usually Santa Claus. Happy holidays, Callan. Welcome in. Happy Christmas Day. We were at my grandparents' ranch. And then, once it had become dark, we always looked out the window over the field. And then every kid was always looking for one thing, one little thing. Everyone knew what it was. All the kids kept looking at the window, and finally, what felt like 3 eternities, we saw it. A little dot of light. And that was the lantern that Santa carried across the field, making his way over to us. And oh my gosh, you guys, it was so special. And the Santa, well, I mean, my aunt is not going to win an award for any acting, but he came over, he handed out presents, and then he left, and all of the kids were just like so like starstruck and so happy. And all that pestering the parents, when can we open our presents? That just went away when we saw the light because we knew it was approaching. And that was really magical. And I love that they did that for us. We never really did that with Andy. Andy got to experience that once, and that was in 2014, the final year we were at the ranch. And he was 5, and his voice actually cracked and got into falsetto. He's like, "Is it really Santa?" Because I think he was a disbeliever very early, but that got him. So that was lovely. I will treasure that memory. You're just a civilian here. I think it's like stress, headache. Now you can relax, and now comes the headache because the tensions are, yeah. Well, Moon, remember to stretch, and remember to take it easy and drink lots of water. Guys, did you know that water is almost like magic for people who are part of the human race? Because we're partly made up of water, and so when there's too little water in our system, we don't feel well. Drink water. It's good for you. It really is. It might be a bit boring, but you know, it's really good for you. Yeah. Stretch, water, and moving muscles and joints. It really is that simple. The More You Know, Starflies by da 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 da. Love your face, Arya. It's okay. You're unburdened here, friend. Stay a while and listen. Oh, there, wanderer. Stay thy course and indulge an old woman. I'm gonna take a hot shower soon, though. I am freezing. Aww. Oh gosh, I love you, Arya. Hey, Arya, have you heard of Anne of Green Gables? I'm very excited about this one. Very excited. I was excited about the Olcott ones too, and I was not disappointed. Have you read Anne of Green Gables? Oh, nice, Moon. That's awesome. A jewelry box. That's great. Gift cards for Gusta. 2 posters, Human Skeletal System and the Human Muscle System. Oh, you watched the show? The show is almost as good. Not the newer show, though. That's not the same, but the old one from the 80s with Megan Trainor, I think her name. No, that's the singer. Is her name Megan? Oh, I can't remember her name right now. Megan something. Yeah. Oh, new PC table. Your mom is giving you her old storage shelf for like bread, etc. Hey now, that's awesome. Okay, but anyway, the person who thought up the story of Anne of Green Gables actually has some Christmas stories. So I'm very excited because I am going to read them. And those are going to be the final 2 that I read for this Christmas. Yes, yes. Oh, the best gift, according to Moon, is our friendship. I could not agree more, Moon. That is the gift that keeps on giving, isn't it? All year round, regardless if it's Christmas or not. Oh, interesting, Rita. I didn't know that. I just recently made an anime for Anne. I used to watch the cartoon when I was a kid. I didn't... Wow. Ella Montgomery would be so proud. I hope. Okay, so Lucy Maud Montgomery, who also wrote the wonderful Anne of Green Gables series, wrote 2 Christmas stories, and I'm going to read the first one now. It's called The Christmas Surprise at Enderley Road. Okay. Hair is on. The best gift is your patience to my friendship. I can be a gremlin without worry. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Okay. Phil, I'm getting fearfully hungry. When are we going to strike civilization? The speaker was my chum, Frank Ward. We were home from our academy for the Christmas holidays and had been amusing ourselves on the sunshiny December afternoon by a tramp through the backlands, as the barrens that swept away the south behind the village were called. They were grown over with scrub, maple, and spruce, and were quite pathless save for meandering sheep tracks that crossed and recrossed, but led apparently nowhere. Frank and I did not know exactly where we were, but the backlands were not so extensive but that we would come out somewhere if we kept on. It was getting late, and we wished to go home. I have an idea that we ought to strike civilization somewhere up the Enderley Road pretty soon, I answered. Do you call that civilization? Said Frank with a laugh. No Blackburn Hill boy was ever known to miss an opportunity of flinging a slur at Enderley Road, even if no Enderley Roader were by to feel the sting. Enderley Road was a miserable little settlement straggling back from Blackburn Hill. It was a forsaken-looking place, and the people, as a rule, were poor and shiftless. Between Blackburn Hill and Enderley Road, very little social intercourse existed, and as the road people resented what they called the pride of Blackburn Hill, there was a good deal of bad feeling between the 2 districts. Presently, Frank and I came out on the Enderley Road. We sat on the fence a few minutes to rest and discuss our route home. If we go by the road, it's 3 miles, said Frank. Isn't there a shortcut? There ought to be one by the wood lane that comes out by Jacob Hart's, I answered, but I don't know where to strike it. Here is someone coming now. We'll inquire, said Frank, looking up at the curve of the hard-frozen road. The someone was a little girl of about 10 years old, who was trotting along with a basket full of school books on her arm. She was a pale, pinched little thing, and her jacket and red hood seemed very old and thin. "Hello, Missy," I said as she came up, and then I stopped, for I saw she'd been crying. "What's the matter?" asked Frank, who was much more at ease with children than I was, and had always a warm spot in his heart for their small troubles. "Has your teacher kept you in for being naughty?" The mite dashed her little red knuckles across her eyes and answered indignantly, "No, indeed. I stayed after school with Minnie Lawler to sweep the floor." "And did you and Minnie quarrel, and is that why you're crying?" asked Frank solemnly. "Minnie and I never quarrel. I'm crying because we can't have the school decorated on Monday for the examination after all. The Dickies have gone back on us, after promising too." And then the tears began to swell up in the blue eyes again. "Very bad behavior on the part of the Dickies." "Lol at the name," commented Frank. "But can't you decorate the school without them?" "Why, of course not. They're the only big boys in the school. They said they would cut the bows and bring a ladder tomorrow and help us nail the wreaths up, and now they won't, and everything is spoiled, and Miss Davis will be so disappointed." By dint of questioning, Frank soon found out the whole story. The semi-annual public examination was to be held on Monday afternoon, the day before Christmas. Miss Davis had been drilling her little flock for the occasion, and a program of recitations, speeches, and dialogues had been prepared. Our small informant, whose name was Maggie Bates, together with Minnie Lawler and several other little girls, had conceived the idea that it would be a fine thing to decorate the schoolroom with greens. For this, it was necessary to ask the help of the boys. Boys were scarce at Enderley School, but the Dickies, 3 in number, had promised to see that the thing was done. "And now they won't," sobbed Maggie. "Matt Dickey is mad at Miss Davis because she stood him on the floor today for not learning his lesson, and he says he won't do a thing, nor let any of the other boys help us. Matt just makes all the boys do as he says. I feel dreadful bad, and so does Minnie." "Well, I wouldn't cry any more about it," said Frank consolingly. "Crying won't do any good, you know. Can you tell us where to find the wood lane that cuts across to Blackburn Hill?" Maggie could, and gave us minute directions. So, having thanked her, we left her to pursue her disconsolate way and betook ourselves homeward. "I would like to spoil Matt Dickey's little game," said Frank. "He is evidently trying to run things at Enderley Road School and to revenge himself on the teacher. Let us a spoke in his wheel and do Maggie a good turn as well." "Agreed. But how?" Frank had a plan ready to hand. And when we reached home, we took his sisters, Carrie and Mabel, into our confidence, and the 4 of us worked to such good purpose all the next day, which was Saturday, that by night everything was in readiness. At dusk, Frank and I set out for Enderley Road, carrying a basket, a small step ladder, an unlit lantern, a hammer, and a box of tacks. It was dark when we reached the Enderley Road schoolhouse. Fortunately, it was quite out of sight by any inhabited spot, being surrounded by woods. Hence, mysterious lights in it at strange hours would not be likely to attract attention. The door was locked, but we easily got in by a window, lighted our lantern, and went to work. The schoolroom was small, and the old-fashioned furniture bore marks of hard usage, but everything was very snug, and the carefully swept floor and dusted desks bore testimony to the neatness of our small friend Maggie and her chum Minnie. Our baskets was full of mottos made from letters cut out of cardboard and covered with lissom spray of fur. They were, moreover, adorned with gorgeous pink and red tissue roses, which Carrie and Mabel had contributed. We had considerable trouble in getting them tacked up properly, but when we had succeeded, and had furthermore surmounted doors, windows, and blackboard with wreaths of green, the little Enderley Road schoolroom was quite transformed. "It looks nice," said Frank in a tone of satisfaction. "Hope Maggie will like it." We swept up the litter we had made and then scrambled out of the window. "I'd like to see Matt Dickey's face when he comes Monday morning," I laughed as we struck into the backlands. "I'd like to see that midget of a Maggie's," said Frank. "See here, Phil. Let's attend the examination Monday afternoon. I'd like to see our decorations in daylight." We decided to do so, and also thought of something else. Snow fell all day Sunday, so that on Monday morning, sleighs had to be brought out. Frank and I drove down to the store and invested a considerable share of our spare cash in a varied assortment of knickknacks. After dinner, we drove through to Enderley Road Schoolhouse, tied our horse in a quiet spot, and went in. Our arrival created quite a sensation, for, as a rule, Blackburn Hillities did not patronize Enderley Road functions. Miss Davis, the pale, tired-looking little teacher, was evidently pleased, and we were given seats of honor next to the minister on the platform. I'm going to pause for a hydration break. This is such a cute story. Yes, souvenir son. Aw, Moonlight Baby, that's so sweet. Yes, does raise 78% Romanian village dog, 10% Dachshund, 10% English Cocker Spaniel. Ah. Oh, the last two? Oh. Well put together there, Red. Our decorations really looked very well, and were further enhanced by 2 large red geraniums in full bloom, which, it appeared, Maggie had brought from home to adorn the teacher's desk. The side benches were lined with Enderley Road parents, and all the pupils were in their best attire. Our friend Maggie was there, of course, and she smiled and nodded towards the wreaths when she caught our eyes. Was he upset because his mom delivered him away from? Oh, only 3 hours. Okay. So he was saying, like, how dare you? How dare you not have me with you? How dare you leave me with these people? I'm sure he was fine. It's just the principle of the thing, you know? You mustn't give your dog away to anyone. It's rude. Like a brat attitude? I love that. Oh, that's great. The examination was a decided success, and the program which followed was very creditable indeed. Maggie and Minnie in particular covered themselves with glory, both in class and on the platform. At its close, while the minister was making his speech, Frank slipped out. When the minister sat down, the door opened, and Santa Claus himself, with big fur coat, ruddy mask, and a long white beard, strode into the room with a huge basket on his arm, amid a chorus of surprised "ohs" from young and old. Wonderful things came out of that basket. There was some little present for every child there: tops, knives, and whistles for the boys, dolls and ribbons for the girls, and a prize box of candy for everybody, all of which Santa Claus presented with appropriate remarks. It was an exciting time, and it would have been hard to decide which were the most pleased, parents, pupils, or teacher. In the confusion, Santa Claus discreetly disappeared, and the school was dismissed. Frank, having tucked his toggery away in the sleigh, was waiting for us outside, and we were promptly pounced upon by Maggie and Minnie, whose long braids were already adorned with the pink silk ribbons which had been their gifts. "You decorated the school!" cried Maggie excitedly. "I know you did. I told Minnie it was you the minute I saw it." "You're dreaming, child," said Frank. "Oh, no, I'm not," retorted Maggie shrewdly. "And wasn't Matt Dickey mad this morning? Oh, it was such fun. I think you two are real nice boys, and so does Minnie, don't you, Minnie?" Minnie nodded gravely. Evidently, Maggie did the talking in their partnership. This has been a splendid examination, said Maggie, drawing a long breath. Real Christmassy, you know. We never had such a good time before. Well, it has paid, don't you think? Asked Frank as we drove home. Rather, I answered. It did pay in other ways than the mere pleasure of it. There was always a better feeling between the Roaders and the Hillities after that. The big brothers of the little girls, to whom our Christmas surprise had been such a treat, thought it worthwhile to bury the hatchet, and quarrels between the two villages became things of the past. That was so cute. I love that one. I think Montgomery has such a way of describing the little things. Like there's no big stakes here or anything. There's no like, oh, we need to do this or millions of people are not gonna, you know, that's not the scale. It's very small scale, but it's so cute. It's so cute. Well, we have a very short one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 pages more. That shall conclude our Christmas Day Christmas reading stream. I really need to work on the name. You got him a bird toy? Is it loud? Is it a loud one? Because the owners hate when they get loud Christmas presents. Oh, you fiend. Oh my goodness. Okay. Clorinda's Gifts by Lucy Maud Montgomery. It is a dreadful thing to be poor a fortnight before Christmas, said Clorinda, with a mournful sigh of 17 years. Aunt Emmy smiled. Aunt Emmy was 60 and spent the hours she didn't spend in a bed, on a sofa, or in a wheelchair. But Aunt Emmy was never heard to sigh. I suppose it is worse than at any other time, she admitted. That was one of the nice things about Aunt Emmy. She always sympathized and understood. I'm worse than poor this Christmas. I'm stony broke, said Clorinda dolefully. My spell of fever in the summer and the consequent doctor's bills have cleaned out my coffers completely. Not a single Christmas present can I give. And I did so want to give some little things to each of my dearest people, but I simply can't afford it. That's the hateful, ugly truth. Clorinda sighed again. The gifts which money can purchase are not the only ones we can give, said Aunt Emmy gently. Nor the best, either. Oh, I know it's nicer to give something of your own work, agreed Clorinda. But materials for fancy work cost too. That kind of gift is just as much out of the question for me as any other. That's not what I meant, said Aunt Emmy. What did you mean then? Asked Clorinda, looking puzzled. Aunt Emmy smiled. Suppose you think out my meaning for yourself, she said. That would be better than if I explained it. Besides, I don't think I can explain it. Take the beautiful line of a beautiful poem to help you in your thinking out. The gift without the giver is bare. I'd put it the other way and say, the giver without the gift is bare, said Clorinda with a grimace. That is my predicament exactly. Well, I hope by next Christmas I'll not be quite bankrupt. I'm going to Mr. Calendar's store down at Murray Bridge in February. He's offered me the place, you know. Won't you miss your aunt? No, won't your aunt miss you terribly? Said Aunt Emmy gravely. Clorinda flushed. There was a note in Aunt Emmy's voice that disturbed her. Oh, yes, I suppose she will, she answered hurriedly. But she'll get used to it very soon. I'll be home every Sunday night, you know. Dreadfully tired of being poor, Aunt Emmy. Now that I have a chance to earn something for myself, I mean to take it. I can help Aunt Mary, too. I'm going to get $4 a week. I think she would rather have your companionship, than a part of your salary, Clorinda, said Aunt Emmy. But of course, you must decide for yourself, dear. It is hard to be poor. I know it. I am poor. You poor, said Clorinda, kissing her. Why, you're the richest woman I know, Aunt Emmy. Rich in love and goodness and contentment. And so are you, dearie. Rich in youth and health and happiness and ambition. Aren't they all worthwhile? Of course they are, laughed Clorinda. Only unfortunately, Christmas gifts can't be coined out of them. Did you ever try? Asked Aunt Emmy. Think out that question, too, in your thinking out, Clorinda. Well, I must say bye-bye and run home. I feel cheered up. You always cheer people up, Aunt Emmy. How gray it is outdoors. I do hope we'll have snow soon. Wouldn't it be jolly to have a white Christmas? We always have such a faded brown Decembers. Clorinda lived just across the road from Aunt Emmy in a tiny white house behind some huge willows. Thank you for the lyric, Mooney. Love your face. But Aunt Mary lived there too, the only relative Clorinda had, for Aunt Emmy wasn't really her aunt at all. Clorinda had always lived with Aunt Mary ever since she could remember. Clorinda went home and upstairs to her little room under the eaves, where the great bare willow boughs were branching athwart her windows. She was thinking over what Aunt Emmy had said about Christmas gifts and giving. I'm sure I don't know what she could have meant, pondered Clorinda. Do wish I could find out if it would help me any. I'd love to remember a few of my friends at least. There's Miss Mitchell. She's been so good to me all this year and helped me so much with my studies. And there's Mrs. Martin out in Manitoba. If I could only send her something. She must be so lonely out there. And Aunt Emmy herself, of course. And poor old Aunt Kitty down the lane. And Aunt Mary and, yes, Florence too, although she did treat me so meanly. I shall never feel the same to her again. But she gave me a present last Christmas, and so out of mere politeness, I ought to give her something. Clorinda stopped short suddenly. She had just remembered that she would not have liked to say that last sentence to Aunt Emmy. Therefore, there was something wrong about it. Clorinda had long ago learned that there was sure to be something wrong in anything that could not be said to Aunt Emmy, so she stopped to think it over. Clorinda puzzled over Aunt Emmy's meanings for 4 days and part of 3 nights. Then all at once it came to her. Or, if it wasn't Aunt Emmy's meaning, it was a very good meaning in itself, and it grew clearer and expanded in meaning during the days that followed, although at first Clorinda shrank a little from some of the conclusions to which it led her. I've solved the problem of my Christmas giving for this year, she told Aunt Emmy. I have some things to give after all. Some of them quite costly, too. That is, they will cost me something, but I know I'll be better off and richer after I've paid the price. That is what Mr. Grierson would call a paradox, isn't it? I'll explain it all about it to you on Christmas Day. On Christmas Day, Clorinda went over to Aunt Emmy's. It was a faded brown Christmas after all, for the snow had not come, but Clorinda did not mind. There was such joy in her heart that she thought it the most delightful Christmas Day that ever dawned. She put the queer cornery armful she carried down on the kitchen floor before she went into the sitting room. Aunt Emmy was lying on the sofa before the fire, and Clorinda sat down beside her. I've come to tell you about it, she said. Aunt Emmy patted the hand that was in her own. From your face, dear girl, it would be a pleasant hearing and telling, she said. Clorinda nodded. Aunt Emmy, I thought for days over your meaning. Thought until I was dizzy. And then one evening, it just came to me without any thinking at all. And I knew that I could give some gifts after all. I thought of something new every day for a week. At first, I didn't think I could give some of them. And then I thought how selfish I was. I would have been willing to pay any amount of money for gifts if I had it, but I wasn't willing to pay what I had. I got over that, though. Aunt Emmy, now I'm going to tell you what I did give. First, there was my teacher, Miss Mitchell. I gave her one of Father's books. I have so many of his, you know, so that I wouldn't miss one, but still it was one I loved very much. And so I felt that that love made it worthwhile. That is, I felt that on second thought. At first, Aunt Emmy, I thought I would be ashamed to offer Miss Mitchell a shabby old book, worn with much reading and all marked over with Father's notes and pencilings. I was afraid she would think queer of me to give her such a present, and yet somehow it seemed to me that it was better than something brand new and unmellowed. That old book which Father had loved and which I loved. So I gave it to her, and she understood. I think it pleased her so much, the real meaning in it. She said it was like being given something out of another's heart and life. Then, you know, Mrs. Martin, last year she was Miss Hope, my dear Sunday school teacher. She married a home missionary, and they are in a lonely part of the West. Well, I wrote her a letter. Not just an ordinary letter, dear me, no. I took a whole day to write it out. And you should have seen the postmistress's eyes stick out when I mailed it. I just told her everything that had happened in Greenvale since she went away. I made it as newsy and cheerful and loving as I possibly could. Everything bright and funny I could think of went into it. The next was old Aunt Kitty. You know, she was my nurse when I was a baby, and she's very fond of me. But, well, you know, Aunt Emmy, I'm ashamed to confess it, but really, I've never found Aunt Kitty very entertaining, to put it mildly. She's always glad when I go to see her, but I've never gone except when I couldn't help it. She's very deaf and rather dull and stupid, you know. Well, I gave her a whole day. I took my knitting yesterday and sat with her the whole time and just talked and talked. I told her all the Greenvale news and gossip and everything else I thought she'd like to hear. She was so pleased and proud. She told me when I came away that she hadn't had such a nice time for years. Then there was Florence. You know, Aunt Emmy, we were always intimate friends until last year. Then Florence once told Rose Watson something I had told her in confidence. I found it out and I was so hurt. I couldn't forgive Florence, and I told her plainly I could never be a real friend to her again. Florence felt badly because she really did love me and asked me to forgive her, but it seemed as if I couldn't. Well, Aunt Emmy, that was my Christmas gift to her. My forgiveness. I went down last night and just put my arms around her and told her that I loved her as much as ever and wanted to be real close friends again. I gave Aunt Mary her gift this morning. I told her I wasn't going to Murraybridge, that I just meant to stay home with her. She was so glad. And I'm glad too now that I've decided. Your gifts have been real gifts, Clorinda, said Aunt Emmy. Something of you, the best of you, went into each of them. Clorinda went out and brought her coronary armful in. I didn't forget you, Aunt Emmy, she said as she unpinned the paper. There was a rose bush. Clorinda's own pet rose bush, all snowed over with fragrant blossoms. Aunt Emmy loved flowers. She put her finger under one of the roses and kissed it. It's as sweet as yourself, dear child, she said tenderly, and it will be a joy to me all through the lonely winter days. You found something. You found out the best meaning of Christmas giving, haven't you, dear? Yes, thanks to you, Aunt Emmy, said Clorinda softly. These stories are so cute. And that was Clorinda's Gifts by Lucy Maud Montgomery. What did you think, guys? Which one was your favorite? I think Tilly's Christmas by Louisa May Alcott might have been my favorite. So cute. Oh my goodness me. So I hope that you all have a lovely, lovely Christmas day. I was about to say Christmas morning. I wish you all a Merry Christmas if you celebrate it. Thank you, Nari. I hope you've had a lovely day, and I hope you will keep having a lovely day. And I will be back on, let's see, it's Thursday today. I will be back at Saturday. And Saturday, all right, let's see. In less than 4 hours from now, but on Saturday, we are going to play Viscera Cleanup Santa's Rampage because Christmas will be over. Santa has lost his temper and it's up to us elves to clean it up. But for now, I wish you Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and I will see you in the next one. I love you so much. Thank you for spending time with me here, and I hope it's just a really wonderful day for you. Love you. Take care. Bye-bye.